In the morning, Elias Quinn still believed in ledgers. They were the one language he trusted. Crisp columns, obedient numbers, tidy rows that never talked back. If a figure was wrong, you simply found where it slipped the track and hauled it back. He'd spent 6 years repairing other people's arithmetic at the Madison and Lake Branch, a white-walled bank in Chicago's financial district where the marble made your footsteps sound expensive. On October 29th, the marble echoed like a cathedral built for panic. Elias arrived early because he always did. He liked the quiet before the doors opened, the click of his pen, the precise notch where the cash drawers lined up flush. He liked that the world was balanced as long as the books were balanced. He did not yet understand that the numbers he worshipped were about to turn feral, charge the fences, and vanish into the smoke. The first hint came as a rumor, a messenger breathless on the branch steps, babbling that the ticker's bleeding and Monday was nothing. A clerk shrugged. Another rolled his eyes. Rumors were always arriving in neckties. But then the second hint arrived with legs. A line outside the door before the clock struck 9. No payday, no special note, issue just faces, tight and pale, peering through the glass. "Open," said the manager, Harrow. He was a thin man who wore worry like a starched collar. "We're not children." "We open." They opened to the sound of fear. Elias found himself a human sandbag in a flood of requests that were not requests. An old woman set her handbag on the counter and said, very calmly, "I'll have all of it. Please, today." A butcher slapped a passbook and demanded the same eyes glittering with sleeplessness. A boy stood on tiptoe and whispered that his father said to say the word urgent. Cash dwindled. The vault gave, begrudgingly, then gave less. Harrow paced with a ledger like it could cast spells. At 10, a clerk smiled too brightly and said, "Temporary withdrawal limits." The line grew longer. The smiles failed. At 11, a woman put her gloves on, slowly, like armor, and told Elias he would be cursed if he did not produce her savings. He'd never believed in curses. He believed in arithmetic, which, as it turned out, could curse you even worse. By noon, someone banged on the door from outside with the side of a fist. From somewhere up the block, a sound like a congregation moaning. October sun slanted in, indifferent. "What do we do?" Elias asked Harrow, though he already knew. He needed to hear a priest say the liturgy. Harrow, to his credit, did not lie. He removed his glasses, pinched the bridge of his nose, and said, "We close." Then, louder, to the room at large, "Our banking hours have ended for the day. We will reopen tomorrow." They didn't reopen tomorrow. The door locked with a hollow, metallic finality, and the noise from outside did not quiet down. It changed shape. Rage wears a different coat than fear, but they shop at the same store. Harrow disappeared into the manager's office. Elias stood in his little sanctum of brass rails and realized he was no longer an acolyte of a reliable god. The god had dropped its chalice and laughed. He walked out into October, the kind of crisp weather that normally makes you think about pie, and discovered that the streets no longer belonged to the city. They belonged to the mood. Police gestured people away from the bank with voices that failed to sound commanding. Brokers darted like soot-streaked pigeons. A man shouted something about shorts and margins and Judas. Everyone seemed to have been told a piece of the story, and every piece was the worst. On the tram home, nobody read their paper. They held them like shields. Elias's apartment on Halstead had 2 rooms and a radio that hummed a little even when it was off. He set his keys down with the reflex of a man who still believed in routines, then turned and saw, very clearly, the outline of a future that had already arrived. It looked like his suit wearing thin and his rent notice turning red and his savings honest dollars, trapped behind a door he could no longer open by the end of the week. He was an unemployed teller with shoes that still looked respectable. By the end of the month, the landlord's politeness had burned down to embers. By Christmas, the radio hummed like a bad joke. January brought the kind of cold that makes even the well-fed feel unlucky. February brought goodbyes you rehearse until they sound practical. "Best if you go to your sister's," he told Annie, who had learned to read his silence as easily as his words. She nodded, not unkind, and put her ring in his palm and said, "Keep this. I'll want it back from you and not from a pawn." He wanted to promise something in return. But honest men had run out of promises when the last of the furniture left sold to a neighbor who apologized. 3 times Elias packed a canvas satchel with exactly what the man he once was would have called insufficient: a wool blanket, a tin cup, a pocket knife, a notebook, a pencil stub. He put on 2 shirts and all the hope he had left, which wasn't much, and walked out into a country that had, overnight, become a lesson. He did not know where to go until the city suggested an answer in iron, west of the river. The tangle of tracks and sidings and coal dust where steel behemoths paused, snorted, and thundered off again. The rail yard. He had ignored it for 6 clean years. Now it looked like a map. He arrived at dusk, because men looking for mercy often arrive at dusk. The yard smelled like hot metal and cinders and faintly, absurdly, of oranges from a car bound for some place that could afford oranges in February. Men moved in loose, wary knots, with a poise that said, "We belong here by not belonging anywhere." Some were young enough to be called boys and old enough to be called veterans of something. A man in a battered hat and a coat that had learned 40 winters eased into step beside Elias. He had the relaxed attention of a cat and eyes that counted without appearing. "2, you're new," the man said. Not unfriendly, not friendly. "A diagnosis, I'm passing through," Elias tried. "Everybody's passing through." "Name's Tin Cup Sal." He held up the namesake, a dented tin cup that had been shined harder than seemed possible. "Don't let the Sal spook you." Short for Salvador. "Omaha, by way of everywhere." Elias. Elias. The rails got rules. Sal looked him up and down, not to size him up for pity, but for utility. "You eat, and don't lie. It's stupid to lie to a man who can hear your stomach across a siding." Elias considered lying anyway, because pride loves to starve in private. His stomach spared him the trouble, speaking up with a long, theatrical groan. Sal gave a satisfied nod, as if the yard had pledged an oath. "Good, empties, honest. Come on." They walked the perimeter of the yard. Not on the tracks. New men walk on tracks and die but by the fences where old posters peeled like snakeskin. Sal pointed out a pump that delivered water if you sweet-talked it, a shack with a window you never looked through, and a shadowed scoop of dirt where 2 men played a silent game of something that involved pebbles and concentration. "This is not charity," Sal said in a tone that made the declaration feel like a blessing. "This is exchange. You bring something or you learn something, and later you bring that. That's the whole Bible out here. They stopped behind a bakery whose back door had the weary lean of things that get used. The sky had turned pewter. The air carried a warm, holy smell. Rule 1 of eating without money, Sal said, is timing. Rule 2 is dignity. Begging is a bad strategy. Asking solves a problem. He touched his hat brim and waited where he could be seen, not hiding and not imposing. When the door swung open, the young man who emerged had flour in his hair and the look of someone paid in blisters. Evening, Sal said, as if he'd been invited to make a polite call. I'm traveling. Won't be in your way. If there's bread from today, that'll be tomorrow's trash. I can carry it for you so you don't have to. The kid hesitated. Human empathy wrestling with the Job's small strictures. Sal didn't push. He just made sure the boy could imagine the bread in a trash can and a man watching it land. Wait, the boy said, and vanished. He returned with a bag that sagged like a warm pillow. This is stale. He said it like a legal disclaimer. It's perfect, Sal said, and meant it the way men mean it when the thing in their hands could be the difference between foolish bravery and smart endurance. They walked, and the bag whispered like a choir. Sal didn't hand over the bread right away. He was not testing Elias. He was teaching him that you never eat where you have to run. They reached a strip of scrub where old lumber kept the weeds company. Sal tore the loaf with hands that blessed by working and passed a portion. The crust bit back. The interior God save us, all was still soft. See, Sal said around a mouthful. What most men won't learn because they are busy mourning the gods of their old life is this. You can't think about food the way you thought about it when you had $1 in your pocket. Grocery stores are not stores. They are fountains with drains. Restaurants are not restaurants. They are clocks. Cities are not cities. They are maps with rumors. Learn the new language and you live. Elias swallowed and discovered that bread, salt, and instruction can be a sacrament. What do I bring? He asked, meaning, I am not a carpenter, not a soldier, not even a man who knows how to sharpen his own knife. Sal's smile did not mock him. You bring your ledger brain. You watched numbers. Good. Now watch people, watch trains, watch the habits of places. Somebody keeps the schedule of the trash, of the closing bells, of which butcher throws meat bones and which throws only wrappers. Somebody writes that down, up here. He tapped his head with a knuckle, and shares it. And suddenly, 10 men don't get sick because they knew to walk on Tuesday, not Wednesday. They ate. The dusk slid toward dark. Somewhere, a whistle practiced its lonely note. Sal reached into his coat and brought out a scrap of cardboard, the corner of a box tamed into a page. Map, he said. The writing was precise and spare as a prayer. 3 alleys, 2 loading docks, a small constellation of symbols that made sense only if you'd traced the steps yourself. This is not to keep, Sal added. This is to remember. We don't hoard maps. We memorize them and pass them on. That's the toll for traveling with me. You'll copy a page like this with your own eyes once you've walked it with your own feet. Elias traced a route with his finger and felt a sensation he hadn't felt since before the door closed on Madison and Lake. The city was terrible, yes, but not unknowable. Tomorrow, Sal said, you'll learn what trained men call bulls and how not to be introduced to them with your ribs. The day after, we'll talk about shelters that don't kill you when it rains. The day after that, if you're not an idiot, we'll put you on the side of a boxcar going the speed a man can run. not the speed a man can pray. And in a week you'll be less new than you are now. Not safe nobodies, safe, but sharper. Elias looked at the satchel at his feet. The notebook inside suddenly felt less like a relic of a lost profession and more like a tool any animal would respect. "Why are you helping me?" he asked, the way children ask why the sun comes up. Sal shrugged, one shoulder, as if adjusting a load. "When I got knocked loose in 25, an old woman in Laramie taught me which weeds are dinner and which are funeral. I asked her that question. She said, because a world where nobody tells you the names of things is a world that forgets how to be a world." He tore another piece of bread and tucked it into Ilias's hand as if we were back in a church, after all. "Now that's your answer, until you find a better one." They sat until the air bit and the bread didn't. When they arose, Sal kicked dirt over the crumbs because rats learn faster than men. They moved like smoke along the fence line, and somewhere just out of sight the great iron lungs of the country inhaled and exhaled, dreaming of wheat and coal and men riding in the interstices. Elias Quinn set his face toward the rails, and for the first time since the ledger exploded, he felt like he was learning the new math tomorrow. He would learn how to eat without a cashier, how to fill his cup from the city's leaks, how not to become an obituary under the wheels. Tonight, he learned what every hobo knows and every banker must relearn. Money is only one way to make a map. There are older ways, and sometimes they are the only ones still printed on the earth. Asterisk in the morning. Tin Cup Sal proved he was not a poet, but an engineer of hunger. "Most men hunt food like it's a miracle," he said, walking Elias through a neighborhood that had been rich last year and was only pretending now. "Miracles are rare. Schedules are not. We're in the scheduled business. They started with the bakeries because bakeries keep time the way ships do. By tides only they can feel." The first stop was a small storefront with a striped awning trying to look cheerful. Through the glass, a woman powdered sugar like snow. Sal didn't look inside. He studied the alley instead. 6:10 in the morning. 6:23 at the latest. The day-olds go, he said, and tapped the brick with the back of his knuckle. "You don't want to be here at 6. 6 o'clock your competition with boys who still have mothers and with men who think pushing and elbows is a plan. 6:10, you're too late and what's left is the stuff that had a bad night. 6:05, you wait where the flour dust goes when the wind moves it." He showed Elias the waiting place, the lee of a bumpered truck, where you could be seen by the backdoor man and not by anyone inclined to call you a dog. Dignity lives in small angles and good timing. "If she comes out harried, don't ask," Sal continued. "If she comes out humming, you ask like you're saving her a walk to the bin. This is not begging. This is waste management for a city that hates to look at its waste." They rehearsed the line, the cadence more than the words. "Ma'am, I'm traveling through. If you've got loaves from yesterday that can't be sold, I can carry them along so you don't have to toss them." The grammar of the road includes phrases that give everyone a reason to talk. Nod. At 6:07, the back door opened. This time it was the woman herself, sugar on her wrists. She looked tired in the way only people who started before dawn look. She looked at Elias the way people look at weather, a condition to be considered. He delivered the line, not too fast, not too soft. The words wore a hat and stood upright. She returned with 2 loaves wrapped in paper, already stamped with yesterday. She passed them to Elias. Not to Sal. and in that small gesture was the test and the passing of it. "God go with you," she said, not pious. Practical, like wishing a ship safe weather. "God go with you." "Too," Elias said, surprised at the way it left his mouth like a normal thing and not something you had to practice first. They walked. Sal did not let him tear the bread yet. "Never in the alley," he said. "Eyes see what mouths love." They turned twice and landed in a patch of brightness where a street lamp had broken and fought back with sunshine. Sal tore the loaf and handed Elias a portion. It tasted different than the night's bread, like hope with a job. "Now that you've had morning, here's your math," Sal said. He knelt and began to draw in dust with a finger. Bakeries purge at dawn. Grocers purge in the last hour before close. Tuesday, Friday, sometimes Sunday if the manager's a churchgoer who wants clean conscience on Monday. Restaurants purge in 2 shifts between 2 and 4 and again between 9 and 11, depending on whether they chase the theatre crowds. Hotels, he glanced up, will sometimes purge late morning, 11ish, after breakfast and before the fancy lunch. He wrote times like a teacher too stubborn to quit. Then he wrote signs. "Watch for the overloaded hand truck, that's purge time. Watch for the guy with the keys that's closing. Watch for the barrel that smells just slightly soured. Sour is fine for your nose and bad for your belly." He drew 3 symbols that looked like Hobo runes, a circle with 3 slashes, generous backdoor man. "Be decent," a zigzag arrow, "move along." Bowls nearby, and a small square with a dot, cans, dented. "Not deadly, dented is fine," Sal said, "so long as the seam is clean and the lid isn't ballooned. A ballooned lid is a funeral in a round hat." They moved again. Sal's tour was a choreography of urban metabolism. A butcher with a barrel of bones, still moaning softly with marrow. A grocer where heads of lettuce wore cosmetic bruises. A hotel whose bin gave off the high perfume of rind and peel. Elias thought of his old life, where discard was invisible and private, handled by men who came in the night. Here, discard was a river with tributaries and a tide chart. "Beginners die of enthusiasm," Sal said. "They eat what smells interesting. Interesting is a bad flavor. Safe has rules. Bread that's hard but not green. Safe if you have teeth and a little water. Fruit with a bruise. Safe if you carve the bruise until you find flesh that isn't gossiping. Cheese with a dry edge. Safe if you trim and eat soon. Meat for hours without ice and your soul is already leaving your body to look back in disapproval. A thin man with a derby angled too bravely drifted close. He watched Elias's bread the way a stray watches your hands. Sal saw him without looking at him. "You hungry?" Sal asked, not unkind. The man nodded in the language of men who would rather not speak than hear, Sal said, and handed him a piece with a condition attached by tone. "There's a pump by the freight house. Bring 2 cups back full, and you can have another piece." "Fair." The man's eyes cleared a fraction. "Fair," he said, and left with a direction that wasn't quite a stagger. "Exchange," Sal said, resuming the lesson as if he hadn't just changed a trajectory by 2 degrees and saved a life that way. "If you don't know what you can offer, offer legs. Water hold, crates stacked, the kind of work that steals the same calories it pays you, so do it smart. Don't carry what the truck will carry. Don't fetch what a rope and gravity will fetch for you." By late morning, they had eaten twice without money and without a single furtive reach into a bin. Elias had spoken to 3 different men about 3 different kinds of waste, and each conversation had felt like a trade rather than a theft. He'd said thank you in a voice that made it clear he was part of the same species. At noon, Sal shifted the syllabus. They sat on a low wall by a vacant lot where the city had forgotten itself long enough to let the weeds hold a meeting. You know parsley, Sal said. Because restaurants taught you its face. He pointed at a cluster of green with the same stubborn posture. That's not parsley. That's its cousin, and it will punish you for guessing. Urban foraging is Latin by another name. If you don't know it, don't conjugate it in your mouth. A woman approached across the lot, hat pinned like an engineer signs off on a bridge. She carried a knapsack and a small, wicked trowel. You ready to scare him, sensible? She called, voice bright as a bell that has seen things. Railcar Ruth, Sal said with something like deference. This is Elias. Ledger brain, teachable. Ruth crouched like a field guide and began pointing with the trowel. Dandelion, she said, good from March to frost. Bitterness is courage you can eat. Plant in the weed, not the banana good, mashed up on a cut, good boiled when you're tired of dandelion. Lamb's quarters, poor man's spinach, better than any spinach you've had in a restaurant because it doesn't think it's doing you a favor. Wood sorrel tangy, fine in a pocket soup. And these, she indicated a spray of glossy leaves. You will not touch unless you're trying to redecorate your insides with fire. She taught him an inventory more useful than the one he had kept 4 depositors, cattails whose roots offered carbohydrates in boots of mud. Acorns leached in water until their bitterness resigned. Purslane that turned up like a humble miracle in sidewalk cracks. Wild onions that told the truth by smell. She taught him the discipline of no, the survivalist's prayer. If you are not certain, she said, you are certain not to eat. You were a botanist. Elias guessed gently. Ruth's smile did not apologize for its pride. At the university long enough to earn the right to insist. The grant went away when the men with money looked at the sky and saw locusts that were numbers. So now I teach on the only campus that will have me, the one with trains for hallways. Elias wanted to give her something. He offered the only coin he had. If I write it down, will you check that I wrote it down in a way that won't kill me? Good, she said. Write it like you're writing to a man you love who refuses to listen unless your sentences are clean. They built a lexicon in his notebook. Names, drawings, warnings, seasons. He sketched leaves like a student who finally cared. She corrected his lines with quick strokes. When they finished, Ruth folded her trowel and her authority and said, If you teach one other person to tell would nettle from stinging nettle, I'll have earned my supper for a week. The afternoon lesson belonged to restaurants. Sal walked Elias past 2 windows where men and women in good coats lifted silverware like it contained answers. He did not scowl. He did not sneer. He strode to the alley. Never the front, he said. The front is for purchasing and pretense. The back is for logistics and honesty. They waited until 8:30, when the kitchen staff started doing math with pans. Sal chose a door that smelled of garlic and management. A young cook, eyes red from heat and the human condition, took out a bin liner and paused to let the light adjust. Sal stepped into the corner of the cook's vision like a friend. Evening, he said. Traveling, not planted. If there's food about to be thrown that could ride along instead, I can save you the trip to the barrel. There's a moment. Right there you can feel it if you've learned cities where a person's day rearranges itself slightly around a choice. The cook shrugged one shoulder and returned within a minute with a paper-wrapped bundle. Roasted potatoes that had no fault except being unsellable when cold. 2 chicken legs that had hidden in a pan. Chef says, don't make this a habit. The cook muttered, performing the ritual of saving his face in front of an imagined manager. Wouldn't dream of it, Sal said, and meant it. You do not strip a riverbank bare if you intend to visit it again. They ate the potatoes in a narrow corridor between buildings that had never agreed with each other. Elias closed his eyes and tried, just for an instant, to feel shame. It refused him. This was not theft. It was thrift practiced on the city's behalf. As dusk deepened into something operatic, Sal took Elias to the last classroom of the day. The bins. Plan B, he said, is not shame, it is science. The science is in the verbs. Sort, inspect, choose, refuse. Hands clean, nose honest, eyes judgmental. Never reach blind, never reach deep. Surface tells the story. Edges betray the center. He demonstrated the ritual with the grace of a priest and the caution of a man who had seen hospital cots from the wrong angle. He pulled a head of cabbage with 3 bad leaves and 8 good ones. He rejected a foil pan that smelled wrong in a way no adjective could redeem. He showed Elias the test for canzemes, lids, the ping of a fingernail. He had soap and a rag and used both as if they were talismans. He turned the word safety into choreography. Elias learned, as hungry men do, quickly, with humility, and with a ledger's affection for rules that work in the field. They ended where the day had begun, back near the rails. In the country's lung, men drifted towards small, disciplined fires. A kid with a harmonica pulled something tender from metal. A woman told a story you could understand even without words because her hands drew the train and then the shape of a house and then the shape of a heart that had chosen one over the other and regretted it less than you would think. Sal poured water from the pump into the tin cup and handed it to Elias as if it were a christening. Food's a system, he said. You've got your times, your places, your symbols, your no's, your yeses, and your don'ts. You dare. You memorize that, and you don't get romantic about being hungry. Romance is for people with pantries. Elias drank, and the water tasted like its source. Iron, work, and something clean. In a few days, Sal continued, we'll teach you how not to die getting on and off a moving train. That lesson is called Don't Let Pride Be Gravity. Another day will build you a shelter that won't drown you in your sleep. That lesson is called Ventilation is not a suggestion, but you start here. You start with eating like the city's a clock, and you know how to read it. Elias looked at his notebook, fat with hours of learning. He looked at the dark, at the embers of dozens of small fires pulsing like patient hearts. He looked at Sal, who had offered him a curriculum more practical than love. What do I owe you, he asked, because men who have been paid to count balances cannot stop balancing even when the currency changes. Sal tipped the tin cup so a last drop didn't go to waste. Tomorrow, you find the bakery time I don't have written down because it just changed. You bring me that time, and you teach it to 2 men who aren't idiots. You owe me maps, not gratitude. Gratitude doesn't travel as far. Overhead, a freight horn stitched a line through the night. Somewhere south, oranges waited in a car, still smelling like summer even in a city losing its mind to winter. Somewhere north, a man in a coat thinner. Then a promise stared at the moon and tried to remember his mother's soup. Elias tucked the pencil behind his ear and felt, for the first time in months, like his hunger had met its match. He wasn't safe. He wasn't comfortable. But he was informed, and information, on a night like this, was a mere asterisk at first light. The rail yard looked like a creature that slept with one eye open. Switches clicked in their sleep. Steam ghosted from a switching engine like breath on a cold mirror. Men moved the way trespassers move when they've memorized the patrol. With purpose that pretends to be aimless. Tin Cup Sal walked Elias to a cinder-dark culvert at the yard's edge and pointed with his chin. There, lesson comes with a whistle. Elias expected another old-timer with a hat that had known too much rain. What he saw instead was a woman, lean and long as a pry bar, stepping down from a low trestle like she owned its shadow. She wore a brimmed cap tugged smooth, men's trousers scuffed to honesty, and a coat mended with a logic you could follow stitch to stitch. A green bandana was knotted loose at her neck. She had the sort of face that would look the same at 25, 35, or 50. All bone, all intent. A kind of beauty that didn't solicit compliments so much as compliance. Kit. Sal called, respectful the way men are when they know the ledger of favors. Brought you a head that listens. She squinted at Elias. It was a measurement, not a greeting. What's the last thing you did right before you made a bad decision? She asked. I thought it through, Elias said, unsure if the answer would be the wrong kind of clever. Kit nodded once. That's the problem on the rails. Thinking's good, thinking that arrives late is fatal. Name's Kit. Some call me Switchman, K. I prefer Kit. The others are story folks tell because it fits easy in the mouth. Did you? Elias began, and she already knew the question. Yes, I worked a switch crew once upon a yard. Got laid off with a handshake and an extra sandwich. Now I teach your kind how not to make my old co-workers scrape you into a coal shovel. Rule 1. The train is not magic. It is math. Weight, speed, angle, friction. Magic is what people say when they want to brag that they survived their own stupidity. Elias liked her instantly, which is to say he was afraid of disappointing her. They climbed an embankment where you could see the yard's choreography. Kit watched, arms folded, eyes narrow with affection and suspicion for the machinery in motion. That's a yard goat, she said, indicating a squat switcher tugging to cars like a terrier with a pair of boots. He gets cars where they need to be so the main line can carry the country's nervous system. That string there. Local freight. Don't ride that unless you enjoy discovering every town between here and never. She pointed again, now that 120 cars back of the tender. That's a consist that smells like it's headed 50 miles before the next real stop. You can tell by the way the yardmen hurry. No time for a thorough walk. You want middle cars, not nose, not tail. Bulls check the caboose and the first 10 hardest, then fake it for the middle if they're cold, drunk, or human. Bulls, Elias said, though Sal had told him. Railroad police, Kit said. Some are tired men who'll kick your boots and tell you to try the next town because they remember being you. Some are mean for sport. You won't know which until your ribs learn their boots' vocabulary. So we avoid them. Rule 2. Hide like a shadow even when nobody's looking. They descended and took to the cinders at a crouch that made Elias's thighs complain. Kit moved like she contained gears. She never touched a rail without looking both ways first, and when she did touch steel, it was with the back of her fingers, a quick test for heat you could feel under skin. Don't step on the iron, she said. Ballast is your friend. The rail belongs to the men with jobs and the wheels that make orphans. She showed him a reefer car white sides. insulated like a sober thought. Empty reefers are gold. Ventilation, protection, doors that stay where you put them if you wedge them right. Loaded ones, leave them to their destination. Grain hoppers, tempting. They cradle you until dust turns your lungs into a story your friends tell. Gondolas, fine if you enjoy being rain's poetry. Flats with equipment chained down. Lovely for hiding, sharp edges everywhere. Boxcars are your classroom. Learn them. A yard horn bellowed and Kit cocked her head. That's a run. Today you learn to board something that doesn't want you aboard. Ilias's stomach, which had recently begun to trust mornings again, folded into itself. Now, practice at 8, Kit said. Funeral at 9. We're aiming for a lesson, not a parade. She walked him to a slow-moving local, clearing the yard's throat. Not this one, she said, but we'll use its speed to tune you. She made him jog alongside the car, hands light on the ladder without committing. Feel that. At 7 to 10, your feet and the iron converse. Under 5 bulls read you like print. Over 12, gravity speaks louder than pride. You want the speed a man can run without remembering he's not a god. She stopped him with a hand like a brake on his elbow. Now, steps. You run to match. You look, you choose your rung like it owes you money, you commit. Both hands, like a promise. Left foot first, if you're left side. Right if you're right. Your other foot tucks and lands. No hopping like a rabbit. No reaching like a drunk. Commit. The train's not your date. It will not wait if you're coy. She showed him once, graceful as a knife. She ran, grabbed, planted, and stood on the narrow ladder as the world moved and she did not. Then she hopped out into the cinders, knees bent, rolling the way cats roll when nobody's watching. Again, she said. Without the train, she made him pantomime the motion until his legs understood the sentence his brain kept Again, she said, when he thought he had it. When the proper freight began to assemble along. Mixed consist with boxcars in the middle and a caboose at the tail, like a red punctuation mark. Kit crouched them behind a signal box and narrated. 2 bulls on the far side. Watch their lamps. See the pattern. Slow sweep, chatter, smoke. They're bored. Bored is good. Bored misses things. Our car is the brown C and NW with the door gap to hand. 18 back of the tender. We run when the engine takes slack and the air sings. The air sings. Elias said, and then he heard it. A sigh along the line that felt like an exhale under your feet. They ran. Kit moved with the train, not at it. Elias did what she had drilled into him. Match, choose, commit. He grabbed with both hands, planted, pulled, and for an instant he was a creature made of decisions standing on an iron fact. Kit followed and swung inside, her boots making nothing like noise. The boxcar smelled like dust and old work. A slat of daylight fell across the floor. 2 other riders' silhouettes, with their hats pulled, low acknowledged. Them with the kind of nod reserved for men sharing a lifeboat. Kit eased the door to hands narrower and wedged a block of wood so it couldn't slam. Then she stripped rope from her satchel and showed Elias the harness trick. Loop through a bolt on the wall. Low around your hips, not your waist. Waist knocks the wind out if the car jerks. Hips keep you honest. The first mile was noise and exhilaration. The second mile was wind drafting through and Kit's voice low in his ear. Concealment. Think like a shadow. Stay on the dark side when rolling past stations. Freeze when you hear boots on ballast. No talking except what you'd put in a telegram. She reached into her pack and handed him a blanket. Dark on one side, light on the other. Dark faces outward when you want to disappear. Light reflects when sun turns the car into a skillet. You'll learn to pivot without a thought. They rolled past the edge of the city into a spill of fields. Elias looked out through the narrow door gap and felt two contradictory truths take up residence in him. The country was bigger than he'd imagined and smaller than it had been when he lived inside rooms. The train stitched both truths together with track. Hours passed in the peculiar time of freight keeps. Kit pointed out water towers that meant you could refill without asking anyone's permission. She marked crew change towns in his notebook with a small cross and a word. Hot or sleepy. Hot means bulls who jog for sport, she said. Sleepy means we still treat them with respect, because luck loves to smack you when you're smug. At a small division point, the train slowed to a crawl and stopped with a heavy sigh. Kit's hand was already on Ilias's forearm. Bulls, she whispered, all consonant. 2. He froze because she had said freeze, and because fright froze him anyway. Boots crunched along the ballast. A flashlight beam licked the door, slit like a curious dog. Kit drew her dark blanket over both of them in a practiced drape, turned her face away from the light, and became a shape no more interesting than a coil of rope. The light paused. Elias did not breathe because he had forgotten how. Then the boots moved on, and air returned like a favor. Kit didn't relax right away. She watched the door gap for flicker, for some second thought, when the caboose lantern at the far end swung in a figure eight that meant all aboard to the initiated and pretty lamp to everyone else. She lifted the blanket and exhaled. Concealment isn't fear, she said. It's humility in motion. After the bulls, the cars, other riders, uncoiled from their corners. One was a lanky man with a scar across his knuckles like a map of a river. The other was a kid not yet finished, pretending he had a mustache. They shared names that were probably not names. Greasy Tom, because he carried axle grease to seal stove seams in winter, and Mouse, because he could vanish into a corner you thought you'd already checked. They spoke little. Kit's presence was a weather system that discouraged casual chatter. But when Mouse began to nod from exhaustion, Kit pulled from her pack a tin cup and tapped it twice South Signishand. The kid looked like he had just been blessed by a brother he'd never met. They chewed hard bread, and Kit taught in mouthfuls. If you have to drop, you pick your ground before your feet leave. You toss your bundle first, knees bent. Roll with the train's momentum, not against it. If you fight the motion, the ground will explain physics until you aren't in a position to be instructed. Greasy Tom snorted. Kit learned all that from books. Kit raised an eyebrow, and Tom showed his palms. Kidding, he said. She learned by ruining one shoulder and keeping the other. Twice, Kit allowed. But I don't buy the bravado that runs on scars. I buy the method that keeps you from needing them. They took turns dozing after that. One eye always half open, the way creatures do when they have made a bargain with larger teeth. Elias woke to Kit's hand on his boot and the world the color of late afternoon. We test your dismount on a grade, she said, gentle. Your legs will hate you for an hour and love you forever. When the train began to climb, its speed bled down to something a man could outrun on a good day. Kit squinted at the ground, grassy, forgiving by the stingy standards of earth. She tossed her bundle. Elias tossed his. She caught his sleeve, just long enough to set his timing. Now, she said, and there it was, decision again. The edge between thinking and doing. He stepped, landed, bent, and rolled. The ground struck him and then forgave him because he had asked politely. He came up with grit in his teeth and laughter surprising his own mouth. Kit landed beside him, easy, and swept her cap back with a flick that felt like punctuation. Your first jump without breaking your poetry, she said. He retrieved his satchel and discovered he could feel his heart complain and agree in the same beat. I thought I would be terrified, he said, and then corrected himself. I was. But the fear had a job. Good, Kit said. Fear that isn't employed gets into trouble. They walked parallel to the tracks for a mile, letting muscles negotiate their new terms. The train bent away toward the west. A stand of cottonwoods promised water. A slouching water tower confirmed it. Down the embankment, Kit stopped and chalked a hobo sign on a post, a circle with 2 short lines. Safe to camp nearby. She added a crooked capital K. If a woman finds this, she knows another woman chalked it. Sometimes that matters. They made a small fire that was more discipline than spectacle. Elias started it with the ritual Sal had taught. Dry nest, small sticks, patience, breath like prayer. Kit watched without stepping in. When the flame caught, she nodded, approving the method as much as the fire. Why do you teach us? Elias asked, repeating his question to Sal, because it kept cropping up like dandelions. Persistent, necessary, impossible to resent. Kit considered the smoke. When I was green enough to shine in the dark, an old brakeman kept me from being an obituary. He didn't want money. He wanted me not to waste his time by dying. I suppose I want the same. Also, she shrugged, I'm meaner when I grieve. Teaching is cheaper than becoming someone I don't like. They ate bread and a heel of cheese. Ruth had okayed with an arched eyebrow, trim it like you're cutting a lie away, not the truth. Kit drew roots in the dirt with a stick. From here, your safe chain is cedar. She marked a dot to Prairie Junction, another dot to Larkspur. Crew changes here and here. Yard hot in Larkspur because they had a theft last week and bulls like to perform after embarrassment. You could walk a day and ride a night and be smarter than men who try to ride all of it fast. Why cedar? Elias asked. Water tower with a pump nobody guards because the man who owns the land is tired and generous in equal measure. Also, a Methodist with a mother he remembers. He leaves bread out on Tuesdays if the raccoons don't beat you to it. She shot him a look, sighed. Don't take it all. Don't make the man regret remembering his mother. Don't teach the raccoons new habits. She fired questions at him then. How fast is too fast? Over 12, he answered, and she said, say feet per second in your head if you have to turn it into numbers to respect it. Where do you hide on a flat with machinery? Behind the big shapes with edges you can see your escape past. What's the sound of a coupling that means hold on? He tried, and she grimaced. She pounded fist into palm. It's the heavy thunk under your boots that says the slack just ran out, and now we're all going to remember Newton. Dusk leaned in. Kit stamped the fire to ash and scattered it the way Sal had taught, because rats and men share a knack for triangulating supper. They settled in a willow's lee, bundled tight rope, harness coiled for tomorrow. Somewhere in the near dark, a whip-poor will gave its name to the evening. You'll make mistakes, Kit said, not to frighten him, but to inoculate him. Everybody does. But you'll make different ones if you learn the sentences in the right order. The rails have grammar. Men who don't speak it are news. Men who do end up old enough to be boring. Is boring the goal? Elias asked. Alive is the goal. Boring is a luxury some of us wear for company when we get there. He closed his eyes and discovered that sleep on cinders could arrive faster than sleep on sheets, if you'd run enough to deserve it. In his first doze, he dreamed the yard again, but this time the switches didn't click like bones. They clicked like logic. He woke once to the sound of boots on ballast, froze without waiting for Kit to say the word, and watched two silhouettes pass by like rumors on a wind. He slept again and dreamed of chalk lines you could read in a town where nobody put their rules on paper anymore. By morning, his shoulders ached in ways that promised usefulness. Kit's face looked the same as yesterday, as if she had made an agreement with time, and time had decided it could keep most of its quirks. They drank pump water and ate bread softened in it, and practiced the dismount again, because repetition is the kind of faith Kit recognized at the second practice. He stumbled and would have kissed a stone with his teeth if she hadn't yanked his sleeve and turned his fall into a roll. You hesitate when you should commit, she said, not unkind. That's the last habit we break. Even after hunger and shame quit the household. Working on it, he said. You'll work on it until the day you do something foolish because the world allowed you pride for a minute. Then you'll survive because the rest of your habits held. They spent the day moving yard to yard on the safe chain she'd drawn. In Cedar, the Methodists' bread was gone. Raccoons had taken the liberty, but someone had chalked the sign for doctor in town with a line beneath it. Fair prices, decent hands. In Prairie Junction, the water tower had a dozen scratch marks where men had tallied kindnesses. In Larkspur, the yard was indeed hot. Bulls with lamps-like accusations climbed 3 cars and barked at shadows. Kit led them around a drainage culvert and under a fence that had learned resignation, and they watched the inspection from a burrow in the earth like foxes. What if they catch you? Elias whispered. Depends which kind, Kit said. If they're tired, you say, I'll go. If they're angry, you say, yes. Sir, because men in uniforms sometimes need to hear it to remember you're soft where they're hard. If they're bored and mean, you keep your head down and your center of gravity low, and you leave without teaching them your face. You don't try to win hearts. You try to leave bones uncracked. They made it through Larkspur by simply not being there when it mattered, which is the oldest trick in the book and the least satisfying to your pride. Elias found he was learning to like unsatisfying outcomes. They tasted like tomorrow. That night, back by the culvert where the day had started, Sal took one look at Elias and knew by the posture, not the words. You rode, he said, approving as a coach whose team had played the game and not the crowd. Kit taught me the grammar, Elias said. Kit, who had slipped into the dark as if it were a uniform she preferred, was already moving down the line. He began. She does that, Sal said. She's a weather system. You don't say thank you to rain. You plant what it makes possible. Elias sat, and the ground felt like a bench he had earned. He opened his notebook, and the pencil moved without his permission. He wrote, in tidy banker's hand made new by dirt, speed you can run. Middle cars, rope on hips. Door wedge, dark outside. Light for heat, freeze for balls. Commit or don't half be born. He closed the book and listened to the yard's animal heart, thrumming under the city's ribs. Tomorrow he would learn a shelter that didn't drown him. Next week he would learn how a town could be a town without taxes or a courthouse. Tonight he learned that riding the high iron wasn't a stunt. It was a language, and if you spoke it poorly, the train would correct your grammar with steel. He had been a man who trusted ledgers. Now he trusted sentences he could perform with his body. The ledger wasn't gone. It had been repurposed, a book 4 times. Patterns, distances, the names of generous back doors. The angle of a ladder rung against the angle of fear. He lay back on ballast. Rope coiled under his head like a pillow meant for seriousness, and understood that he was more frightened than on the day he lost his job, and less afraid at the same time. Terror had a job. It clocked in and clocked out. It took orders from method. On the tracks, a freight checked its couplers like a boxer touching his gloves. Kit's silhouette moved along the edge of the world, small and precise, a notation on a stave of iron. Somewhere, a bull lit a cigarette and dreamed of being a boy whose father still had work. Elias closed his eyes and let the grammar of the rails keep time for his heart. Tomorrow he'd write down the next rule. Tonight he had learned the most important one. Commit, or the world commits for you. Asterisk. The day after Kit taught Elias the grammar of moving steel. Tin Cup Sal walked him upriver to a patch of cottonwoods where the ground rose like a cautious thought. The Spokane had a way of telling you where to put your feet if you listened to old floodlines etched on trunks. Grass that lay down in one direction like it remembered last spring's temper. A woman stood there with a carpenter's square tucked into the back pocket of her coveralls and a length of baling wire looped across her shoulders like a stole dot. She was not big, but she had the condensed authority of a tool you can't break. Grey hair cut short for sense. Hands with the flattened pants of a person who clamps as often as she lifts. A mouth that defaulted to no until you convinced it otherwise. A scrap of blue ribbon was tied to her wrist, faded to the color of unkept sky. Ida, Sal said, and his voice had that little respectful bend he saved for people who had saved his hide. Brought you a student. Led your brain. Good at doing hard things, the boring way. Asterisk. Boring way is how you get to be old enough to be interesting, Ida said. Her eyes swept Elias like a tape measure. I'm Ida Corcoran. Folks call me Mama Bird on account of I've been building nests for people who forgot how. She jerked her chin at the ground. You want a roof that doesn't drown you in your sleep. Start with dirt. Elias had expected wood and nails and a lecture about angles. Ida crouched, scooped a palm of sandy loam, and let it sift. Site selection, she said. 3 S's, if you like memory games. Slope, shelter. Another 3 if you like fear. Drainage, disguise, downwind. She walked him in a slow circle that taught more than a sprint. Slope. This crown here is 18 inches higher than that flat. That flat looks friendly until it rains. Water remembers old habits. You put your bed in a habit, and you wake up a joke. Shelter, that old equipment shed breaks the north wind. Trees here take the west. Sight lines. You want to see the approach without being seen from the track or the road. You want a path you didn't McCanned, another one you did, hidden. They moved 10 paces and the ground told a different story. Don't build in a bowl, Ida said, stopping where grass grew to lush. It's a teacup for sky water. Don't build under a dead limb that calls itself a widowmaker. Don't build where flood left trash at 3 feet up a trunk. Nature leaves post-it notes. Read them, Elias nodded, notebook out of habit. Ida tapped it with a knuckle. You're not writing what I say, she corrected. You're writing what the ground says. My voice is just the whistle. She had him kneel and put his palm flat. Feel the crumble where ants had made a city, the firmness where roots stitched the soil together. She made him spit on a patch and watch how fast the dark ring vanished. Fast vanish is friend for tents, not for stoves. Slow vanish is friend for foundations if you raise them. She showed him grass that bent south prevailing winds. She sniffed and made him sniff. The faint sweet of rot near the creek meant a hollow where damp lingered. Satisfied, Ida stabbed the carpenter's square into the ground at 4 corners. 8 by 10, she said. Big enough to save your life. Small enough to heat with twigs. She didn't begin with walls. She began with rats. Nothing with a spine shares my sleeping space, she said, and laid a row of railroad ties like a perimeter spell. Raise it. Air under means dry under. Dry under means no rot. Skirt it so wind doesn't steal your heat. Leave gaps you control for breathing. Breathing is not optional. They scrounged the yard with the grace of people who know what is free if you're polite. Ida carried a magnet on a stick-sowls, trick-dragging. It threw dust until it clicked with nails that the crews had shrugged off. From a stack of broken pallets, she salvaged boards and looked down their lengths, rejecting the ones with sullen twist. She peeled tar paper from a dumpster and rolled it like a prized map, tucked under her bare arm. Tar is truth, she said. Truth makes things stay put when weather says otherwise. They've set the foundation for ties squared and shimmed with bricks and scrap to get the level true. On top, a lattice of pallet planks, then tar paper for a moisture break, then more planks. Elias felt the floor rise under his hands, a thing becoming first idea, then surface. Walls are pies, Ida said. Layers, or you go hungry. She held up their ingredients, as if at a pantry, corrugated sheet for an outside skin. Tar paper and oilcloth as rain. Flattened cardboard overlapped like fish scales for the first water break. Newspaper, rags, moss for insulation. An inner skin of crate-slap boards. Order matters. Outside sheds, middle slows, inside holds. She showed him to lap the cardboard downwards so water couldn't argue uphill. She smeared seams with a tar-water mix, so mean it smelled like roadwork. She pressed newspaper into cavities until they became honest insulation. She hammered nails with a rhythm that set Ilias's heart to keeping time. Sal hold. Kit arrived with a coil of wire and a look that asked no questions. Together they raised 4 walls and fastened them with corner cleats fashioned from crate angles. Ida scowled once at Ilias's hammer grip and adjusted his hand like a piano teacher so the blows landed home without bending nails into sad flags. The roof, Ida said, decides if your house is a house. Shed style. Low to high, she dictated. Low to the north, so the wind skates over. High to the south to catch winter sun. Rafters from 2x4 salvage. 24 inches on center, cross-braced with diagonal struts. On go the planks, then the tar paper, then the metal. Overlap like gossip, she said. Everything runs downhill. Don't give water a place to stop and think. Along the eaves. She split tin cans lengthwise and nailed them as gutters that fed a barrel. Water you don't have to carry is money you didn't have to spend, she said, which is good, because you don't have money. They set a small stove, because night is a bully if you show up without one. Ida favored an oil drum cut in half, belly to the floor, with a front door hinged out of license plate and a stovepipe scavenged from a dead barn. Inside the belly, she stacked bricks to create a path for Flameshort, hot, honest. "You can make a rocket if you know what you're doing," she said, "but rockets punish amateurs. This is a barrel that learned manners." She bored 2 low vents and 2 high thumb width. "Crossdraft," she said. "Fresh air in low, exhaust out high. Carbon monoxide is a liar with a silk voice. Ventilation keeps you rude enough to wake up." She fixed a tin heat shield to the wall behind the stove with nails and bottle cap spacers, so air could travel behind and steal no one's breath. She set the pipe through the roof with a flashing made from a pie tin and sealed the gamble with tar. Check the seal every storm. Check your own head if you think this is done because you can't see smoke. Around the stove, she lined large cans with sand. "Thermal mass," she told Elias when he raised a brow. "Heat M while you burn. They'll remember the warmth after the fire forgets." She set a kettle to live on the stove. Water always at the edge of a simmer. Heat plus humidity is comfort. Boiling is waste unless you're making beans or bad water, honest. She turned the interior into cunning. A sleeping platform hinged up against the wall by day so the room could be room. At night, legs swung down into small holes Ida bored into the floor so the thing didn't a wall pocket from a flour sack for small things that become big problems when lost. Pegs hammered at a slant to hang wet clothes where heat could encourage better behavior. A false floorboard panel to hide what mattered when bulls or thieves decided to feel important. "Don't hide everything in one place," she warned. "Burglars are people too. They learn." She handled vermin as if she possessed a personal grudge. "Food in metal," she said, loading salt, beans, and hardtack into lard tins with lids that snapped. "Hang the tins from the center beam on wire. Rats can climb anything except polished truth." She smeared a ring of axle grease around the beam where the wire looped. "Insurance." She made Elias set a board ramp from floor to shelf and dust it with flour. "Tracks tell tales. If they're here, you'll see their signatures." Security came without heroics. A string of wire threaded through for tin cups around the perimeter, low enough to notice what feet overlooked. "Alarm, not armor," she said. "Gives you time to decide whether your visitor is a man who needs soup or a man who needs to get tired of walking in your direction." She showed him to keep a pair of boots laced loose under the bed fast on, not tripped over. Camouflage turned the place from a shelter to a pile a sheriff's eye will slide off. The outer wall got a skin of canvas daubed in mud and ash to match the bank behind. She built a fake junk heap at the corner where the entrance stood, an untidy collection of busted crate lids and rust that concealed the door like a bad mood. She paced out lines of sight from the track and the road and made Elias kneel where a bull's eyes would be. "Does it look like a home?" she asked. "Then you failed. It should look like the past." Ida's final sermon was about fire. "Fire is a dog," she said, scratching the stove like it had ears. "Keep it fed and fenced, and it will sleep at your feet. Let it run, and it will chew your life to ash." She made Elias recite. Water by the door, bucket filled. Sand by the stove, chimney clean. Soup simmered, not abandoned. They stood back and regarded the nest. It wasn't pretty because pretty requires spare time and waste. It was correct. When the wind came from the north, the low roof shrugged. When the sun leaned south, the high wall warmed its boards like a cat. "Test," Ida said, and went out to stare at the sky with the flinty intimacy of a farmer. "We're owed a squall. Learn with rain, not with snow. The squall arrived like a rumor that decided to be true. Western clouds rolled their shoulders. The river's surface wrinkled. Wind came like a shy thief, then like a brawler. The first drops were fat enough to name. Ilias and Sal sat inside and listened to the roof talk. A percussive tattoo on metal. The quiet glug of gutters earning their keep. The stove's kettle whispered at the lip. The room grew warm without pleading. Across the clearing, a neighbor's shack canvas, thrown over, an idea bowed and then failed. The roof went to sea. The walls followed. Men ran and grabbed and swore, the way people do when they meet physics after talking about it for weeks. Asterisk. Ida had been waiting for that call. Go, she said, already outside. Elias followed, hat down, notebook forgotten. They reached the ruin through sideways rain. The man inside then, as a story told, too often cursed himself with a creativity that might have earned him money in another life. Don't say my fault, Ida snapped. Say wrong design, then learn the right one. She walked the wreck like a coroner, pointing to sins. Canvas pitched flat, so water pooled. Floor on ground to sponge cold. No cross bracing. No drip edge. No breathing holes. A stovepipe elbowed through a tarp with wishful thinking. Black-rimmed where smoke had tried to teach a lesson. She deployed triage. Sal and Elias grabbed the least wet boards and set to low beams. Ida directed the canvas as a temporary shed roof with an honest pitch. Kit cut guy lines and tied to stakes she drove with the accuracy of a musician finding notes. They secured a corner, then a wall. Within 30 minutes, the man had a place that would not murder him by morning. Ida pointed with her whole hand at the vents they bored. Do not plug these because you're cold, she ordered. You're cold because you're alive. Back in their own shelter. Ida ran a finger along the window seam and found no leak to smear. The floor was dry enough to sit on, which is the sort of victory you don't brag about, because it sounds small to people who haven't slept cold that night. Sal made a stew he called Mulligan and Ida called inventory. A potato with the bad side carved off. Half a carrot. A handful of beans that had the good sense to soften. 2 chicken necks from a butcher Sal had taught to dislike waste. The stew tasted like gratitude had learned to cook. They ate with spoons that had belonged to other families once. The wind pushed around outside like a drunk who had lost his keys. Inside, the room held steady. Elias felt the warmth roll off the sand-filled cans for a long time after. The last flame let go. Men always get proud about the train, Ida said, not unkind. They tell stories about speed and bulls and luck. The stories they skip are this: where you lay your head and whether you choke in your own sleep. I bury fewer students who listened about vents than students who listened about ladders. Why, Mama Bird? Elias asked, gesturing at the stout little house with its smart eaves. Ida tapped the blue ribbon at her wrist. My boy went east in 18, she said simply. Came home, a folded flag and 2 officers with a script. I couldn't keep him. I can keep 100 fools like you from freezing. She did not apologize for the hardness in her voice, because she had found a hardness that served someone other than herself. She sent Elias outside with a candle and told him to walk the perimeter with his eyes and nose. You smell smoke where smoke shouldn't be. You see light where light tells your story to the wrong ears. Fix it. Our goal is to be absent until we choose to appear. He checked, he trimmed. He adjusted the canvas camouflage where the storm had tugged it crooked. He listened to the rain's tone change at the gutter, a lazy clatter when water gathered, a steady drip into the barrel. He felt useful in a way that had no correspondent in the ledgers he used to keep balanced by ink. Later, curled on the folding platform with the blanket Ida had declared sufficient, Elias wrote rules in his notebook. He wrote them like a man who expected to read them again when his fingers went numb. Build on a crown, not in a cup. Water remembers. Low north, high south. Let wind forget you and sun remember you. Layer outside to inside. Shed, slow, hold. Vent low and high. Air is invisible until it kills you. Raise the floor. Rats hate wire and polished truth. Heat shields with air gaps. Sand remembers heat longer than what forgives flame. Gutters feed barrels. Barrels feed tomorrow. Hide like junk. Look like nothing a man would claim on a bad day. Alarms that tinkle beat armor that boasts. Fire is a dog. Keep it fenced. He closed the book. The kettle muttered. The sand radiated. The rain turned small. Through the slit of the false junk door, he could see the river sulk and then settle. He thought about the apartments he had lived in, where heat came from walls you never thanked and water arrived without negotiation. He thought about how those comforts had vanished exactly when the ledger had fallen apart. This house 8 by 10 of layered sensifelt, both less and more than those rooms. It felt earned. It felt honest in the thin hours, shouting. Elias was up in his boots before the second word found air. Outside, 2 men stumbling, one with a hand to his chest, a cough like wet paper tearing. They'd tried to save candle ends by plugging vents. The stove had returned the favor with gas that had no smell. No decency. Ida was already there, hair wild and hands steady. She dragged the door wide, slit the canvas, opened the roof gap with a stick like a lever, rolled the men to their sides. Headache. She barked, dizzy, nausea. She slapped the arm of the one who tried to stand back up. No heroics. Breathe. By dawn, the men were alive enough to be embarrassed. Ida patched the slit in their canvas and made them bore bigger vents under her glare. You can be cold and alive, she said, or warm and a story. Your choice. Don't make me repeat myself to your grave. In the mornings, pale. Kit traced a finger along the fresh vent holes and looked sideways at Elias. You remember me saying boring is a luxury? She asked. He nodded. Ida invented boring and then turned it into survival. They took tea from the kettle and watched the steam curl toward the vents that hadn't killed them. The house breathed around them, a box that worked because its maker refused to take shortcuts. Elias touched the wall and felt the layers under his palm: tin, tar, paper, rags, wood. He thought of the layers in his life bank: panic, hunger, instruction, and how a system made of layers could hold when one alone would fail. Outside, the river glinted like loose change no one trusted anymore. Inside, the dog of fire slept behind its fence. Ida checked the roof seam one more time, then allowed herself one small, satisfied sound. You can ride trains now, she told Elias. Good, trains get you from hunger to supper. But a roof like this gets you from today to February. Learn both, or the ground will write your name in a book you don't want to see. He wrote one more line in his notebook. An arithmetic he could live inside. Shelter equals site plus structure plus air. Home equals shelter plus heat plus humility. By noon, the storm had wandered off to bother someone else. Ida sent them out to haul wood, and look for nails. There were always more nails. The sun winked through torn cloud, and the roof returned the wink because it had been built to notice. Elias looked back once from the path and saw not a shack, not a hut, but a decision made of boards. He was no longer a man without an address. He was a man with a nest, and out here a nest meant you might live long enough to be boring, which, as Ida and Kit had both implied, was another word for free. Asterisk, the morning after the storm, the world smelled rinsed. Cottonwoods had shaken off their arguments with the wind. The barrel at the eaves gurgled like a polite guest. Ida, satisfied the roof remembered its lessons, dismissed them with a nod sharp enough to cut rope. Tin Cup Sal tucked his tin into his belt and said, "Time to learn how a country writes without paper." He led Elias along the fence that backed the yard-weathered boards stitched with decades of staples where flyers used to live. Here, the city kept a second alphabet. At first, it looked like vandalism. Chalk scratches, grease marks, knife-carved hieroglyphs hardened by rain. Then Sal put his finger to a circle with 2 short dashes through it the same Kit had left the night before, and the marks stood up like letters. "That one," Sal said, "means safe to camp nearby. Not safe like no trouble ever. Safe like, if trouble comes, somebody will notice and run toward it, not away." 2 posts down, a vertical line with 3 short bars crossed it near the top, like a fence drawn by a child. "That," Sal said, "says work for meals, the kind where a man with a yard and a conscience will trade a plate for honest sweat. Don't go if you plan on lying. The mark is a promise in both directions." Elias put his palm on the wood and felt the groove. It wasn't art, it was infrastructure. Kit joined them with a grease pencil she wore like a hairpin. She had traded her cap for a brim rolled against last night's rain. "Today the lesson is chalk," she announced, deadpan. "Tomorrow the lesson is consequence." They walked the perimeter, cataloguing a language built by need and memory. A cat's face with whiskers teased into the grain meant kind woman lives here. 2 interlocked. "Squares," said police friendly, which Kit translated as "police won't beat you first and ask your name." Later, a jagged zigzag arrow meant move along. Bull's Hunt, and a small X with a dot inside it told you what kind of hunger lived in a town that had learned to hate what it couldn't. Fixed dot Ruth drifted out of the cottonwoods, trowel at her belt, as if summoned by the need for taxonomy. She looked over Ilias's shoulder as he sketched each sign into his notebook with banker's neatness. "Be careful you don't make an encyclopedia where an index will do," she chided, and tapped his page. "Out here, you need a field guide, not a novel. Draw it like you'll have to see it again at a run." Sal crouched at the base of a telephone pole where a cluster of marks had turned into a conversation. He traced a triangle with its point up. "Church kitchen," he said. "Soup if you mind the door hours. Circle with a slash through it. House with a gun and a temper. No sermon will help you there." He pointed to a cross, slightly cocked. "Doctor," Kit said. "Fair prices, decent hands. Cross with a dot. Midwife. Won't ask questions if your life is complicated." A curved line with short hatch marks sprouting from one side, like a bad drawing of the sun on the horizon, had been chalked low, almost hidden by grass. Ruth smiled. "That's one of mine," she admitted. "Eat this field. Don't eat that one. Wild onions at the ditch. Watercress where the creek returns after pretending to vanish." Elias felt his old life tug at his. sleeve the way it sometimes did when the new one astonished him. In the bank, information had been numbers that lived in locked drawers. Here, information stood in the rain and still got where it needed to go. Who decides what these mean? He asked. Kit snorted. Nobody, she said. Which is to say, everybody. The signs are older than we are. Some drift. Some get corrupted. Men are men. They love to invent codes that make them feel like kings. We keep it simple so fools can't ruin it. Sal added, there's a grammar. Not official. Just agreed upon by the fact that bad marks get people hurt and those don't last. The good ones, he tapped the safe camp circle. They spread because enough men arrive alive to copy them. Elsewhere, they reached the edge of a small street where a woman stood on her stoop with a broom she used to shoo away leaves and, occasionally, men. She watched the three of them with the wary charity of someone who has a pie cooling and a loaded shotgun under the bed. Kit lifted 2 fingers from her cap. The woman nodded once, the smallest treaty. Sal didn't approach. He simply added a small, fresh whisker to the cat carved on her fence. An update. Currency, he murmured to Elias. Kindness accrues interest, same as cruelty. We mark it so the right people come to the right doors. They sat under the trestle for their lesson in signal. Kit picked up a steel bolt and rapped it once against a rail. It sang a high, spare note. That, she said, travels along iron better than your voice travels through polite society. We use it sparingly. 1 ring means eyes to me. 2 means pack up. 3 means the bull just earned a name you don't want to learn. She cautioned against imagination. Men love to invent codes the way boys love to invent forts, she said. Most of the time you need nothing more than a whistle and a watch. A watch, Elias learned, was the other half of chalk. Sal had drawn a crude city map in his notebook the first night. Now he wrote hours next to places. The bakeries, 6:05, he murmured, as if reciting a psalm. The butcher's 4:30. Sheriff's patrol changes at midnight on Wednesdays because his brother-in-law brings him a sandwich. Don't be there at midnight on Wednesdays. They built a Legenda small. Stubborn Rosetta Stone on the inside of Elias's back cover. With safe camp near, work for meals, hostel approximately equals. Creek water boiled Dr. Fair. Church kitchen hours, bulls, aggressive. Kind woman, electricity plug, and kindness therefore, information posed ahead. Foraging good list plant next to mark, don't get fancy, Kit pressed. Nobody needs your personal hieroglyph. Stick to the map we all can read, even half-blind, half-frozen, and half-educated. Along the yard's southern fence, they reached a place where the code had lied. Someone had scratched a safe camp circle weeks ago. Last night, a bull had set an ambush, and men had learned on their ribs that chalk can go stale. Sal knelt and struck a long diagonal through the circle, then added a small square with a slasher stale. He wrote today's date, because sometimes time is the difference between salvation and superstition. Rule of chalk, Sal said. If a mark is wrong, correct it or kill it. You owe the future you won't meet. A boy 12, maybe, proud of 14, stood at a distance, watching like a feral cat. He carried a burlap sack and the kind of defiance hunger teaches. Kit beckoned with 2 fingers. Come, learn, or keep guessing, she said. Guessing gets you bones like mine and half the luck. He came. Because boys love attention from people who look like they could get them killed and choose not to. He stared at the symbols as if the fence were whispering. I seen that one, he said, pointing at the cat. Lady on third gives pie crust sometimes. Ask her if she minds more footprints, Kit said. If she says no, you strike through your own whisker. Agreements are like roof seams. You check them or they leak. From chalk, they moved to the other map. The map that moved. That evening, a circle of riders formed by a small, disciplined fire, no flames licking high enough to tell your story to the night. The circle had a ritual shape. Water set at the perimeter. Tin cups passed once to the left without looking, news told clockwise. It had a name in some jungles, the Pali Brand. It worked like a newspaper written aloud by people who remembered their facts. Detroit Slim, who had gone east and returned with a receding hairline and a list of yards he respected, spoke first. Memphis hot, he said. New job means new bruises. They're checking the middle now because we got clever about the ends. Crosstown, Cedars still sleepy. Woman at 9th and Elm keeps a kettle for men who paint her fence and don't. Look at her daughters like they forgot their own mothers. He chalked a cat face on the nearest post when he finished. Whiskers longer kind, not just kind. A woman named Birdie Nobody added the mama when Ida could hear reported. On water that had gone bad downstream of a factory nobody could afford to repair. Boil it or dig a seep away from the main flow, she said, and showed with her hands how to scrape a shallow basin 15 feet from the bank. Let groundwater rise cleanish, then boil it until the lies died. Pete arrived after midnight, with a schedule written in his head and on a folded page he kept in an oilskin. He took his place without ceremony because ceremony wastes minutes you might have to spend running. Kansas City's 11:45, still good, he said. But the 2:30 inspection grew teeth. Cedar to Larkspur chain is safe if you switch it. Hawthorne, not Prairie. Hawthorne's yard foreman drank his conscience. Last week and can't be bothered to count cars properly. Looked to Kit and tipped 2 fingers. Your pupils are breathing. Kit's nod was the sort of compliment you remember when the weather turns on you in the morning. Elias watched a message change hands with the ceremony of a marriage vow. A man bound for Spokane carried a folded scrap to a jungle that would need to know Missoula's bulls had learned a new trick. He tucked the scrap under his cap, the way men tuck money they don't trust to stay real. When he left, he chalked therefore on a fence post to tell anyone following that a relay had passed through. The sign would mean little to people who hadn't listened at a parley fire. It would mean life to anyone who had. What if someone lies? Elias asked, because the banker in him refused to let go of the thought that systems break at their weakest heart. They do, Kit said. Not as much as you fear, more than you hope. That's why we run the 2-source rule. We trust what 2 different lines report or what one person we already trust stakes their name on. Otherwise, it's maybe chalk. Not certain. She showed him the mark for that, a small question beside the symbol. A humility scribble. They practiced reading from the corner of the eye and at a jognot because it was fun. But because bulls had a way of arriving when you were feeling smug about your literacy. Sal taught him the hand signal chain used when sound would give you away. 2 fingers flicked meant eyes. A flat palm pressed down meant low. A circling finger meant backtrack. Not official. Just sufficient at noon. Kit stopped Elias at the swale where the safe camp circle had been corrected and waited as a young couple approached. The woman's belly a taut promise. The man's jaw a worry you could have hung a coat on. They'd followed an old mark and nearly walked into the bulls. Kit didn't lecture. She just pointed to the diagonal slash and the date. Marks go stale, she said. So do men. If you see something that says yesterday, believe today instead. She led them along the drainage culvert to a hiding place they wouldn't have seen without the habit of looking. You'll travel at dusk, she instructed. Not today. She needs a day to nap without fear. You, she pointed to the man, will go to this woman's fence. She drew a small cat in the dirt and asked if her pie crust is accepting applicants. The man looked baffled and a little offended. The woman snorted and translated. He'll be polite, she promised dryly. Elias watched Kit be busy with other people's lives and thought about Ida's blue ribbon and Sal's tin cup and the way Ruth had trapped Latin inside a pocket notebook. He had been taught to imagine wealth as a sum. Here, wealth was a network. Chalk, cups, cups of tea, cups of warning. That night, they hit a town the map called Riverton, and the men called a test. Its fence posts were clean, no chalk old or new, which told you more than markings would have. Either the bulls scrubbed the posts, Sal said, or nobody leaves word because nobody got out comfortable enough to do it. They approached the yard wide, not stupid. On the first post inside the tree line, someone had carved a tiny fish. Ruth touched it and frowned. Hungry people nearby. The kind who set bait. She breathed the air and found the faint ash left by a big, showy fire storyteller's blaze, not travelers. That's a trap, she said. Bulls love to watch a flame that says, I'm new and proud. A whisper of movement to their right. Kit's hand flattened, low. They eased into grass and stayed there for 2 long minutes, while 2 bulls and a deputy did a slow, performative sweep. The deputy's laugh sounded like someone who enjoyed taking coins from children. They moved on, disappointed in a way that promised they would try again at midnight. Elias let breath out through his nose and tasted iron. How do people survive this first week? He whispered. Half don't, Kit said, unblinking. That's why we leave chalk and build maps and hold parley fires. The country has enough ghosts. It doesn't need the ones we can prevent. They circled Riverton for 4 hours, moving when dogs barked and standing still when suspicion passed with human feet. In the end, they decided the map told the truth. No marks here because there was nothing worth marking and too much that wanted to mark you back. On the other side of town, a Methodist cross appeared on a post, careful and humble. It pointed them to a back door where a woman handed Sal a loaf without looking, as if she had taught herself blindness for safety. Sal left a chalk cat on her fence post with a whisker missing. Kind, but cautious. Come alone and without a trail of friends. He added a small dot at the bottom. Leave something if you can. Elias tucked under a brick the only thing he had extra, a bar of soap Ida had insisted he keep. Generosity is a ledger that doesn't need a teller, she had said. He understood now what she meant. Back at their shelter, Elias pulled out his notebook and began building a cleaner legend. A pocket atlas a quick finger could find in the dark. He wrote the date at the top of each page and, at the bottom, the initials of 2 sources. If 2 trusted travelers agreed, the mark got a firm stroke. If not, he left a question mark. Humility in pencil. Kit watched him assemble the system and nodded once, the way a carpenter nods when a student learns to square without asking the tool to lie. This is how maps live, she said. Not in libraries, in pockets. Before they slept, Sal added one more piece to the lesson. He drew a crude circle on the dirt floor of the shelter and made 4 lumps of coal into compass points. "Don't trust moss or starlight myths," he said. "Trust smells and sounds. The yard whistles at shift change. The slaughterhouse speaks all day. The brickworks hum at night. Your ear is a better compass than the lies men tell boys." He taught Elias the whistle habit, not the official railroad code. Kit left that to the men who paid dues. But the practical notes riders learned. "Long, long, short, long at a crossing," he said, means get your body out of the open. A stop in the wrong place means bulls ahead. A sudden dump of air means coupling trouble and an opportunity if you are foolish. He didn't encourage foolishness. He taught Elias to hear it coming and walk the other way. On the 3rd day of chalk schooling, a mark saved someone else in real time. A man and his son, a boy with eyes too big for his skull, drifted toward a drain culvert where the old safe camp circle had been scratched long ago. Sal stepped out from shadow, touched the diagonal slash, and shook his head once. He pointed to the new mark and then to the quiet path arrows he had added earlier in the morning. The man's shoulders fell, not in defeat but in relief. He nodded. Sal pointed at the fire ring. "News," he said simply. The man nodded again. He would bring some. Everyone would be paid. That night, the circle filled with voices. News arrived from east and west, like weather. Canners in Yakima hiring next Monday. Bring your own boots. Sheriff in Ellensburg decent but proud. Don't make him prove anything. Montana Pass still iced. Don't ride the open flats unless you enjoy collecting frostbite as a hobby. Pete tore his schedule into 4 parts and handed them to 4 different men with instructions to deliver them to 4 different camps. Because redundancy is cheaper than funerals. Elias realized something that should have been obvious, but wasn't until it stood in front of him wearing boots and a hat. The map worked because it assumed responsibility. The man with the tin cup brought bread, but he also brought news. The woman with the blue ribbon hammered vents into strangers' walls, but she also corrected marks that had gone stale. Kit taught him how to ride undetected, and she also left the safe camp circle for the next rider whose lungs would not last another half-mile. After the fire went down to a sensible glow, Elias wrote one more line beneath the legend in his notebook. "A map is a promise. I will leave this place safer than I found it." At dawn, before the yard woke up, he walked back to the Methodist fence and chalked the small cat again, this time with a second whisker, because the soap was still under the brick and a slice of yesterday's pie sat on top, wrapped in paper that smelled like vanilla. He added a dot, reciprocity accomplished, and the tiniest mark because he had told 3 men where to find the door and how not to abuse it. Kit spotted the extra whisker on their way out and didn't say a word. She didn't have to. They caught the middle cars of a westbound freight at a speed a man could run. Rope at the hips, blanket dark side out, grammar intact. As they slid past the last of the city, they saw a fence post where the buildings ended and fields began. On it, someone had chalked a single mark, an arrow pointing west. "Spokane," Sal said, eyes half closed, listening to a schedule only he could hear. "Mother's jungle. We will get there before the story does, if we don't dawdle, Mother," Elias asked. "Different mother," Kit said, smiling with half her mouth. "Not the one with union banners. The one with ledgers that don't count dollars. Camp with rules," Sal added. "Maps on the wall. Work share without sermons, if you want to learn what a town looks like when it remembers what towns are for. That is where you learn." Ilias tucked the notebook back into his coat. The chalk dust on his fingers turned to paste with the sweat of his palm, a little grit that told him he was part of the network now. Behind them, Riverton brooded over its clean posts, pretending it wasn't lonely. Ahead, the map stretched across fences and water towers and back doors. The rails hummed the only hymn the country still knew by heart. When the train hit a crossing, it whistled long, long, short, long. Elias flinched, then smiled. He knew what it meant, and he knew that knowing could keep his bones in the right order. He rested his head against the boxcar's wall and felt the vibration write a line through him. There are maps that men make in offices and sell to travelers, and there are maps that the hungry invent in alleys and lend to one another. One is handsome, the other is alive. By the time the sun rose behind them, Elias had memorized the legend and the promise beneath it. He closed his eyes and saw a fence post from a town he had not reached yet, with a mark he had not drawn yet. The kind that says someone before you cared enough not to be the last dot. The train ran west. The notebook pressed warm against his chest, and on 1,000 boards, poles, and stones between here and Spokane, sentences waited for the right eyes. They would be read, they would be updated, they would be honored. The map would hold. The first sign that Spokane's jungle wasn't just a camp but a town was the smell. Not only would smoke and wet canvas, but bread, soap, and pine tar. Places that intend to last smell like maintenance. The second sign was the sound. Not just fireside talk and harmonicas, but saws, a hammer cadence that kept time like a metronome. And down by the river, a steady slosh of water turning a wash wheel. Mother runs a proper outfit, Tin Cup Sal said, tipping his hat toward a cabin with a roof that looked ready for any weather. Don't call her Ma'am. Don't call her Ma, Mother or Jones, or you'll be on latrine duty until your soul improves. Kit smiled with half her mouth. You'll like her ledger, she told Elias. She keeps one too. Only entry that matters. Did you carry your share of the day? Mother Jones emerged from the cabin as if she'd been listening for their footsteps. She was tall, thick-boned, with hair the color of steel wool braided back to order. In other times you would have called her handsome and meant it as a compliment, because authority can be its own kind of grace. Her clothes were clean in the way of people who do the washing at dawn. She wiped her hands on a flour sack towel and took them all in at a glance the way a farmer counts animals before dark without really moving their head. Tin Cup, she said. Kit. She nodded at Ruth, who had drifted up with her trowel and her Latin. Sal brought you a ledger, Kit said, jerking a thumb toward Elias. Keeps figures straight. Learns without whining. Mother's eyes were the kind that do not blink unless there's a reason. We'll see, she said. Around here, everybody's a noun and a verb. Baker and bakes. Nurse and nurses. Ledger and keeps, Elias offered. Helps, she corrected mildly. Follow. Inside the cabin, the air was warm and serious. A table held a ledger bound in oilcloth. A wall wore a sheet of canvas divided into columns with a carpenter's chalk. Shelter, food, water, tooling, watch, care, teaching, mending. Beneath each heading, names crowded in tidy lists, each with a tally of hours scratched next to them. A smaller board listed work, share 4 hours in letters so plain they could not be argued with. We require 4 hours a day for the commons, Mother said. After that, you forage, work, sleep, read the Bible to the ducks for all I care. But the 4 goes first. Firewood doesn't grow in stacks. Water doesn't boil itself. Trash doesn't walk to the pit. She turned a page of the ledger and handed Elias a pencil ground down to discipline. Tell me what you're good at. He hesitated, because the banker in him had learned to be shy of the word bank now. Numbers, order, explaining order so other people can use it. Mother's eyes softened by a degree. Good. Our ration board is a fight waiting to happen every Tuesday. Maybe you can teach it to argue with better manners. The ration board was a door hung on to sawhorses beneath a tarp. Names down the left, days across the top, marks like wheat sheaves tallying out portions. A woman named Birdie Round faced sharp Bidron, a forefinger down the columns, lips moving. We've moved to per body calorie, she told Elias when Mother introduced them. Not perfect science. Doc says anybody dropping under 800 a day goes stupid and then sick. Big workers get a bump. The old ones get hot stew first, even if they work less, because cold turns them mean and then dead. She looked Elias over. You going to make my chalk feel dumb? Hope not, Elias said. I just want the chalk to be obeyed by people who believe it. Birdie grunted approval. We've been on Trust Me too long. I'll take a look here and see why. Elias rolled up his sleeves and started by listening. Another ledger habit that had nothing to do with paper. The system existed. It just wore the wrong shoes. They calculated everything by hand and heart, which was noble and exhausting. He watched the line form and the faces shift when shares were smaller than hope and larger than fear. He asked Doc May Alvarez, the jungle's unofficial medic, hair bound in a kerchief and hands scrubbed like she meant to scare germs. Off the planet where the line between thin and in danger lived. She showed him a measure with string, middle of arm circumference. Under so many inches, she said, and they start failing after any little cold. He reworked the board so it stopped lying by accident. Instead of tallies, he set rows like a piano keyboard, squares filled, squares hatched, squares empty easy to see where the week's shortfall would land. He added a column on the far right called Work Credits and another called Care Needs. Credits bought time at the tool library or a bigger slice on heavy days. Care Needs. Put a discrete dot by names that would by agreement move to the front of the stew line without anyone pretending not to see. He didn't make this up. He wrote down what Mother and Birdie and Doc were already doing and gave it away to be visible. Ledger, Birdie said, watching him write without shame. You may keep. The tool library was heaven for men who had lost their fathers and missed the chance to borrow anything. It lived under a shed roof with crates for shelves and a big, careful sign, check out, return, OR fix, IT first, hammers, handsaws, planes, chisels, a brace and bits, a rivet set for tin. Even a few surgical tools Doc kept sternly apart. A kid of 17 with a scar under one eye like a badly erased story guarded the board. I'm keeper, he said, and smiled when Elias didn't ask his other name. You break it, you're my shadow until it works again. Where'd you get all this? Elias asked Mother later. Roof jobs that went bad, she said. Barns that died of time and neglect. Men who left and paid their debts in steel. A farm auction's pity. We trade. We don't steal, we leave something. Even if it's a day's labor or another tool in worse shape. A man who won't trade fair in the lean won't be welcomed in the fat water. Lived in a system that would have made an army engineer nod. Upstream of camp, a series of barrels filled with layers of stone, sand, and charcoal scrubbed river water into good behavior. A gravity feed ran to a covered trough where buckets could be dipped without dipping hands. Signs in big letters. Boil drinking water and wash downstream, and soap doesn't need company in the river. Ruth had tucked up little herb garden along the shade linement for stomachs. Yarrow for wounds. Plantain for poultice small leaves, using the overflow like a tight-fisted bank uses interest. Latrines had been dug by a man with an engineer's hatred of bad smells. He'd lined them with cans and boards, built privacy with dignity instead of shame, and taught everyone to sprinkle ash after use so the place didn't announce the camp from a mile away. Nothing so civilizes men as a place to suffer privately, Mother observed dryly. That, and a laundry day you don't skip. Nights here ran on a clock older than electricity. At dusk, a horn made from a length of pipe called people to the central fire. The parley ran like a town meeting without titles. New arrivals stood first, gave names or the names they meant to use, and told where they'd come from and whether a bull had kicked them or a sheriff had kicked them out. Then the day's work, bosses reported. Wood, water, watch, mending, shelter. Last came notices, jobs rumored. Whether incoming, dangers, births. A prayer for the dead, if there were dead, on their first night. Mother pointed Elias toward a girl who read names from a small book, pencil tapping against her lip. Mary keeps our school, she said. 2 hours after lunch for any child and any adult willing to stop pretending they never learned to read. We don't force it. We make it visible, a man petit, with shoulders like a door and fingers nicked by a life of tool stood expecting his turn, hat in hand. Name's Ellis, he said when Mother nodded. Ford plant in River Rouge until last winter. I can fix stoves and rehang a door so it doesn't brag. I can listen. Murmurs of approval. That was the magic here, Elias realized. Not that people had. Skills America had always had those, but that a room existed where you could say them. Without sounding like you were trying to sell something, Mother gestured to a woman with a baby on one hip and laundry soap on the other. Announcements. Canna in Yakima says, 50 jobs Monday, she said, voice strong, eyes a little tired. Sleeping barn, 2 meals. Pay in cash half day's wage if you show up sober every morning. She pointed to the information board where a crude map of the valley showed a wire line and chalk marks. We send a crew. Not 20 strangers, 5 sets of hands who don't quit. Reputations, a tool library too. Conflicts. Mother asked, last item. The circle rustled. A boy pushed another boy forward with the complicated mixture of shame and righteousness only the poor can master. He took my knife, the pushed one blurted, holding out an empty sheath. I borrowed it, the other said. He was gone. Mother did not sigh. She did not scold. She stood. Counsel, she said, and 3 people stood with her. Doc, Ruth, and a woman named Letty who ran the wash wheel like an admiral runs a deck. They moved 10 steps aside, not to a secret place, but to a place marked by stones. The boys stood before them. The circle waited without heckling, because this was not a spectacle. It was maintenance, like everything else. Mother heard both, asked 2 questions, and turned her head not to the council, but to the circle. Witnesses. A hand-lifted keeper from the tool shed. I saw him take it, he said, pointing to the borrower. But only after he asked twice, and the sheath was empty. Mother turned to the borrower. Return and apologize, she said. To the owner, if you're gone, your kit is in the library or on you. First offense, both of you pull ash duty 3 mornings. Second offense, you eat alone a week. Third, you eat somewhere else until you remember how to be neighbors. The boys nodded. One red, one pale. Elias watched a pain land and pass. Swift justice without cruelty wasn't a phrase here. It was a tool in the library. Work assignments the next morning were given with the same piece. A chalkboard listed crews: Wood Ida, Water Birdie, Watch Kit. Repair Ellis, Garden Ruth, Shelter Inspections, Mother, Ration Board Birdie, plus Elias, School Mary. You walked up, tapped your name into a given slot, and did the day without needing to invent it. Elias reported to the ration board and found 3 women already there in aprons that meant business. Birdie handed him a tin of chalk and a rag. "We count first," she said. "We always count first. Inventory without lying. Then we argue about grace." They counted beans, measured flour, eyed salt like it was a crown jewel. They set aside for the sick and for the old, for children and for men on crews that would eat their work by noon if you didn't feed them. Elias wrote what they decided in a hand big enough for a tired woman to see from 10 feet. When the line formed, there were the same faces at the same hours, because hunger keeps its own schedule. A man tried to skip forward, mouth already open with an excuse built the night before. Birdie didn't scold. She pointed to the care needs dots and the work credits column. "You're between," she said. "Wait." The man looked for a place to store his anger and couldn't find it, so he put it away. He waited. Sal, for his part, seemed to know every back door from Spokane to a farm you couldn't see from the road. He brought 2 crusts and a bundle of turnips and traded them for 3 mending jobs and a new handle on a hoe. "Wealth," he told Elias as they walked, "is anything you can trade for kindness later without hating yourself." Kit ran the watch like a conductor runs a train. 2 hours on, 6 off, repeat, no exceptions. "Your eyes, not fists," she told the crew. "If something ugly comes, you warn. If something uglier comes, you gather. We don't have heroes. We have neighbors." At noon, Ida dragged Elias to 3 shelters where steam had condensed on canvas. "Ventes," she said, holding a mirror under the low vents and watching the fog. She had them widen holes, add tin collars so rain stayed out, and raise stoves on bricks so the heat didn't char the floor into a secret future fire. "We don't lose people to physics if we can help it," she muttered, which was her way of being tender. Afternoons belonged to make and mend. Under the tarp of the tool library, a circle formed with needles and tin snips. Letty showed women and men both how to turn flour sacks into shirts that didn't mortify the wearer, and aprons that made work kinder on the clothes below. Ellis rehung a door on a hinge that no longer squealed in the wind. Ruth taught a handful of children to identify the plant that would keep their mothers from spending a week in bed with stomachache. Doc May trained to steady-handed teens to clean and wrap cuts, without wasting bandage. Evenings they ate not as a mob, but as a town. Tables were boards on barrels. Plates were mismatched and righteous. Spoons a collection of survivors. They didn't sing much, except when a man with a thumb piano started a tune from Missouri and the childrenhood. Learned it last week, carried it through like a relay. Story came instead. Sal told a cautionary tale about a town where the marks lied and 4 men paid tuition with their shins. Mother told a story about a woman on the Yakima Higher who'd cut her finger and kept working because pride is a stupid god. Doc told the rest and wasn't funny about it. Kit added one line at the end. Gloves are cheaper than funerals. It was here between stew and story that. Mother leaned toward Elias and nudged the ledger with her chin. Make it legible for anyone who didn't finish 6th grade, she said. We've got good men with pride and poor eyes. He redrew the columns with pictures, a tiny axe for wood, a bucket for water, an eye for watch, a spool for mending, a loaf for ration work, a cross for care, a book for teaching, a house for shelter. He kept the words for the people who'd read them and added shapes for those who'd pretend not to. He made the tool library board mirror the system with a drawing of each item and a peg under it, fastened with wire. When the tool went out, the borrower slid their peg to out and their name to do back. Keeper grinned like a banker seeing a vault door close. Boring, Kit declared, approving. You're Ida with columns. High praise, Ida said, deadpan. And they laughed the way people laugh when they've been cold. And now aren't single quotes, 2 weeks in. Elias understood the hardest truth at the heart of the jungle. Discipline isn't the opposite of kindness. It's the servant of it. The buddy system posted for storms wasn't busy. It was fist-tight love. The ash duty wasn't punishment. It was re-education in the grammar of neighbors. The watch wasn't paranoia. It was how you prevent the need for heroics. When trouble came, and trouble always comes. To any place worth having it, came as a man with good boots and a nervous mouth. He'd been sleeping in a culvert up valley and stealing from the tool shed by walking off with one screwdriver at a time. Not greed. He'd built himself a kit the way a drowning man builds a raft from boards nobody will miss. Keeper caught him because people like Keeper catch you. Not vindictive, just thorough. He brought the man to Mother without a bruise on him. The circle gathered at the parley fire, not for spectacle, but because justice wears a crowd's eyes to keep it sober. Mother listened. The man's story was 1,000 stories. Job not just gone, but melted. A wife gone to her sisters. A hand that shook when he told the part where he tried to bring the screwdriver back and couldn't stand the shame. He had what Ida called a good face-to-face that could belong at a breakfast table if luck ever forgave him. Here's what we do, Mother said finally. You return what's left. You work off what's not. You sleep inside the circle where the fire keeps the wolves off your thoughts. And you learn the rule everyone else has learned. Nothing leaves the library alone and not paid for. You break it again, and you'll leave too. Not because we don't care, because we do. The man cried in the embarrassing way men cry when they thought they'd forgot how. The circle didn't look away and didn't stare. 2 days later, he would be on the water crew, shoulders learning a rhythm that looked like dignity. 6 weeks later, he'd be the one shushing a boy who tried to walk off with a plane, blade just for fixing. At the end of the month, Mother called Elias into the cabin and set a small, battered ledger beside the large one. What's this? He asked. Wages, she said. Not money, credit. A record of hours banked that can be spent when you have to travel, when your child is sick. When you can't pull your 4 because your foot has ideas you don't like. The pages were thick with names and marks. Elias read them like a priest reads a parish roll, and realized he could see the shape of an economy that did not need a mint. Work in for hours. Work out, stew, soap, shelter, a length of canvas. A borrowed saw, a piece of rope, a day of silence to grieve. We lost a woman last winter, Mother said. Not like a confession, but like the way you might speak the weather. Her name was Ruthie from Montana. 2 children, a cough that meant business. We kept her warm, and we fed her, and she died anyway, because sometimes the country says no. But her boys didn't starve, and they didn't get sent to a man who would turn them into wood. That ledger, she tapped the small one, bought them a month of dignity and a spot in a crew heading to an uncle in Walla Walla. That's what this place is for. Not miracles. Margin. Elias nodded and tried to pretend he wasn't crying a little. He ran a finger under a line with his own name and saw for hours for ration board. 2 for shelter inspection. 1 for teaching a man named Frank how to make a ledger of his own, a notebook for his wife in Pullman so she could track eggs and milk and the children's fevers like the serious things they were. He left the cabin and found Kit at the edge of camp, watching the rails where news arrives and leaves. Well, she asked, as if she couldn't see it on his face. They made a town, he said, out of rules and kindness and nails. They made a town out of people who would have been ghosts, Kit said, not unkind. Ghosts are easier. Towns take dishes and arguments and lists. He laughed. And latrines, especially latrines. That night, under a sky that had decided to behave, the parley fire burned low and steady. Tin Cup told a joke so old it had grown lichen and still made Birdie snort. Ruth taught from memory the names of 2 stars, because names are comfort. Doc checked the baby's breathing without making their mothers feel watched. Ido wrote vents on the center board in letters so big nobody could say they forgot. Mother wrote Yakima 5 and drew a circle around Ellis. And Kit and Keeper and 2 more who needed dollars turned back into groceries and fire. Elias sat with his notebook balanced on his knee and wrote a tidy line beneath the day's entries. Town is a promise. We will carry what is too heavy to carry alone for hours at a time. He closed the book and looked around. He had slept in apartments where heat clicked on because a man far away turned a valve, where a man in a tie sent a bill in the mail and you put money in an envelope and never saw his face. Here you paid in hours, and the collector ate at your table, and the bill was posted where anybody could read it and argue it and help you pay it. Here the law wore boots and hands, and the judgments were spoken in a circle that had to live with itself in the morning. The jungle did not pretend to be heaven. It was a functioning human place in a country that had forgotten how quickly function can fail. It existed because people agreed to do little things the boring way, together, every day. Asterisk. Tomorrow there would be fights. The week after, someone would be sent away with a sack and a warning, and Mother would look tired all morning. A month from now, Kit would bring news of bulls in a new yard, and the arrows on the map would bend. Winter would return with its lectures and its teeth. But the town would meet each in the same grammar: count, decide, do, correct, forgive, continue. Long after the fire collapsed to red, Elias lay in the shelter he had built with Ida's hands, guiding his own, and listened to the jungle breathe. The low talk of last dishes, the scuff of the watch changing, the river flipping its pages. He felt the ledger in his pocket and realized it had changed species. It was no longer a list that measured his adequacy in dollars. It was a record of hours that added up to belonging. He slept, not because he had nothing to fear, but because fear here had a job and a schedule and co-workers. In the morning, the work board would be clean and waiting. Somebody's name would be new. Somebody else's would be gone, scratched into the legend of another fence post far away. The town would hold, because enough people decided to hold each other in place for hours at a time. And if that sounds small to you, you haven't been cold. Asterisk, The morning the workboard circled Yakima 5, the jungle felt like a depot with purpose. Not panic, not hunger's jitter purpose. Kit coiled rope into her satchel with the same care she used for grammar. Keeper checked the hinge on a borrowed toolbox and put his peg under out on the library board. Ellis packed a brace of wrenches and a file, the kind of tools that made broken stoves remember how to burn. Mother pointed the chalk at 2 more names, Birdie, because a kitchen runs anywhere you carry it, and Elias, because numbers were about to argue with men who liked their scales funny. You sure? He asked, glancing at the ration board. Birdie's second can run it 2 days, Mother said. Besides, if we're going to trade hours for dollars, I want our ledger standing there with a pencil and a spine. Railroad. Pete walked them to the edge of the yard, though he wasn't going. He scratched a map in the dust with a nail. Spokane gives Pasco crew change. Pasco gives Yakima late afternoon. Middle consist. Not nose, not tail, he reminded. Reefer if empty. Box if you got a choice. Yard at Yakima sleeps until the cannery whistle. Bulls wake after coffee. Aim for the hour before. They rode under a sky that had forgotten how to sulk. Elias felt the familiar 2-beat of steel under his boots and the note of a man with a job in his pocket. Kit sat opposite, blanket dark side out, eyes on the slit of door where the world went past like a slow thought. Birdie hummed a stanza of something. Missouri sent west last century and pulled a loaf from her bag wrapped in yesterday's ration paper. She'd cut it into honest fifths, the way a woman does when she inherited fairness from a grandmother. Pasco. A wait in a drainage trench. A hop when the air sighed. Yakima's yards at the hour when dogs dream and bulls tell themselves another cup will fix their wives' complaints. They slipped to ground a mile out and walked in, crew quiet, tools muffled in rags. The way people move when they've decided not to be spectacular, the cannery announced, itself with smell pears and tin and heat long, before the building took up the skyline. A line of men and a few women stood at a foreman's table, hats in hand, eyes calculating whether a day's pay was worth a day's pride. The foreman had a ledger thicker than Mother's and a face that practiced indifference in a mirror. Above him, a sign, pay cash Saturday no, script no, credit at company store. Birdie snorted. We'll see. Kit stepped forward, not as a supplicant, but as a representative. Crew of 5, she said. We come together, we work together. If you're short of sense and split us, you'll get less work out of us than you hoped. The foreman looked ready to enjoy saying no. Then he saw Kit's eyes and chose yes. Sort as women, usually, he said, eyeing Birdie, but you look like you obey gravity. Men on the floor, tools. Keeper lifted the toolbox. Ellis tapped his file. Don't steal my bolts, the foreman added without humor. You steal our bolts, the line stops, and I answer to a man with an office and an ashtray. We don't steal what we can borrow in daylight, Kit said. How many hours? Sun to whistle. 10, he said. Overtime if the fruit lies about its ripeness. What's the tear on your crates? Elias asked, and he didn't bother making it sound casual. The foreman blinked, slow. What? The weight of the empty crate, Elias said, patient as a tutor. You're paying by the pound. I want the number you subtract, printed big and on both short sides, before a single pair touches wood. Wet crates weigh more. We're not paying you for your rain. The foreman's mouth considered being offended. Then it shrugged. You new to this? He grunted. New to being cheated. Yes, Elias said, mild. Old, 2 ledgers. The man grinned despite himself. Fine. Tiers, 9.5 on the smalls, 12 on the larges. We paint M. You can watch. They watched. Keeper read the paint and set his own chalk on their stack 9.5, 12 like Ritz. Ellis weighed an empty on the floor scale, stood on it for fun, then jumped off with a little hop that made the beam clack. Close enough, he murmured. We'll check after lunch again in case the math grows moss. The line at the cannery had the rhythm of an old hymn. Fruit in, peel and trim to one side. Cores and waste to the hog barrels. Halves into brine. Jars, washed, filled, lidded, plunged into heat. Racks out steaming into air that smelled like pie and metal. Birdie took a place at the sorter table with 3 women who taught her the cadence with nods and flicks. Kit went where there was danger near belts and wheels, and places where a glove could feed a hand to a machine. Keeper worked with a boy his age named Hatch, who showed him how to set a rack so it didn't warp its own corners. Ellis fell in with maintenance, like a man who understood the pride of things that move. Elias took clipping tins for a stint, and then, when the foreman gestured, a place beside the scale with a stub pencil and a page where numbers growl at men. Men tried to rush the scale with wet crates. Elias tapped the tier with his pencil until the foreman's man rolled his eyes and said, Fine, fine, we'll drip 'em for you. They did reluctant, but they did. What's the split? Kit asked at lunch. Soup in a tin cup crusts. A jar of something sweet someone had brought to apologize for being paid to cook sugar. Half to the commons, Birdie said, not looking up. Half to pockets. Not because mother is a saint. Because medicine costs. Nails cost. A new length of stovepipe costs. If we want a baby to see February without coughing itself to bone, we pay the druggist with money he can turn into breakfast. Everybody sends half. Keeper asked. Because 19-year-olds like rules that feel both fair and sharp. Everybody who wants stew in February, Kit said. We don't skin a man on Saturday if his Friday fell in a ditch. We ask what kind of week he had and what kind of week the jungle will have. That's what the ledger's for. Afternoon, the foreman tried a trick old as scales. Wiped the pan with his palm and left a sheen you'd miss if you didn't live with Ida and her hatred of lies. Elias took his own rag clean dry and wiped it again. The foreman's man grinned as if he had been caught stealing a cookie at age 8 and enjoyed the memory. You people read, he said. We do, Elias said, and we write. In the bunkhouse that night. The crew slept on mattresses that had been honest once and now held the opinions of 100 backs. Birdie sat by a small iron stove and wrapped 3 fingers with strips of clean cloth. Tin bite, she said. Doc scolded me for letting it get away from me. Ellis sharpened his file and showed a man called Vinegar how to shave burrs off a new bracket so the belt wouldn't eat itself where the company couldn't see. Kiefer carved his mark into the handle of a small wrench key lettered in tight cuts. Kit checked the exit and the second exit and the place under the 3rd bunk where you could fit for people if the foreman changed his tune. Elias wrote, not in a clerk's hand now, but in a schoolteacher's, half home, half here, tear printed. Drip before weigh. Check after lunch. Hands wash. Pride. Medicine dash dear. Saturday came with a whistle, then a line, then envelopes. The foreman counted out 5s and 1s and a few coins. He tried to short Kit a nickel, and Kit let him until he tried to short Keeper a dime. Then she cleared her throat the way church ladies do when the hymn book went off key. £312. Small crates, she said. 9.5 tear times 14 crates, take from gross. At 3 cents a pound, you owe him $9.39. Not 9.25. You keep books for everyone? The foreman asked. When they are children with scales, Kit said. He paid the dime. Keeper looked like he'd been knighted. He slid $5 across to Kit without being asked. Kit slid it to Birdie, who tucked it into her bodice like a woman who would rather lose a crowbar than that envelope. Elias handed his half to Birdie as well and kept the singles. He bought 3 things with them on the way out of town that felt like miracles. A packet of sewing needles for the library, a tin of aspirin for Doc, and a bar of carbolic that smelled like industry and saving lives. Receipts, he said, handing Birdie the tin-wrapped paper slips. So the ledger tells the truth about where the dollars walked. They walked back to the yard with work on their shoulders and cash in their pockets, and the foreman's respect riding somewhere above them like weather. Kit stopped at the Methodist fence that looked like 100 Methodist fences and left. A whisker cat, Mark with 2 whiskers, then added a tiny dollar in the corner, paid with cash, didn't beg. We'll trade again. The woman didn't show her face, which was the treaty. On the second week, the cannery reached for a trick Birdie had warned them about. Script-like play, money printed to look serious. Store will take this, the foreman said, trying to sound like generosity. 10% bonus if you buy today. We don't shop with paper, only one man accepts, Kit said, smiles sweet and frightening. We take cash. Suit yourselves, he said, turning to a group of boys who looked 5 days off the road. They took script like drowning hands take rope. Birdie gathered the boys at lunch and talked script like she talked yeast. It rises, she said. Then it collapses. The store will sell you a sack of flour for 1.5 instead of 1. That's your bonus. Cash buys medicine in Spokane. Script buys a sack of regrets in Yakima. She didn't scold, she explained. Next Saturday, half the boys asked for cash. The foreman looked at Kit as if she had taught the river to flow uphill. Their third week, wages became a different fight. The company man from town came out with a ledger that had suit ink and wore gold like men wear second opinions. He said something about externalities, which sounded like Latin for theft. He suggested a new rate because market conditions had moved like a squirrel. Elias smiled the way a teacher smiles at a boy with ink on his hands. New rate Monday, he said. Announced Saturday. We're not your squirrel. You don't run this plant, the man said. We run our hands, Kit said, and hands absent are hard to profit from. Ellis stood then, quiet and large, and put his file down like a man laying a tool beside a problem instead of across it. We'll finish the day, he said, because we gave our word. Monday we'll work for the posted rate you post today. After that we'll choose which man tells the truth with his mouth, either the scale or your ledger. Vinegar, who had been a little in love with cynicism, grinned like a man remembering a tune he used to like. The company man recalculated his Latin and found English cheaper. The rate held for the week. They sent half home every Saturday. Pete, or a runner he trusted, carried cash in the crown of a hat or under an insole or stitched into a coat seam Birdie set with thread that matched the fabric. Mother recorded it in the little ledger with a flourish that kept jealousy from muttering. The jungle bought nails and kerosene and 2 bottles of cough syrup, strong enough to keep lungs loose, and 1 box of quinine pills Doc dispensed with stingy love. They bought a spool of barbed wire because fences are honesty when used to. Keep cows out of gardens instead of men off their dignity. They bought a pane of glass for the schoolhouse's south wall because winter light is a teacher to Dot, Elias learned things in those 3 weeks that never would have fit in the bank's training manual. How to ask for what you're owed without cracking your voice. How to make foremen laugh just enough to flush the meanness out of them without making them want to win the next conversation. How to wrap 3 fingers, not 4, so you can still grip a lid and a pencil. How to stretch boots with steam and patience. How to say no in a dozen registers, from polite to definitive. He also learned the sentence that would become his creed about money. Not a slogan, not a poem, a sentence. Dollars are a tool you share, not a master you serve. You hand them to the druggist and he hands you a bottle with measurements you can trust. You hand them to the man behind the hardware counter and he gives you a length of stovepipe that keeps smoke in its lane. You don't hand them your soul. On the last Saturday, the foreman pressed $2 extra into Birdie's palm with a gruff for the board back home, like a man tipping a preacher who'd married his daughter and didn't make a mess of it. Birdie wrote it in the ledger where everyone could see. Donation foreman to $2. We don't hide kindness any more than we hide theft, she said. Both improve when they're looked at. They left the cannery a little richer and completely unenchanted by wages. Work that paid was a blessing. It was also a risk. The jungle's economy hours, stew, tools checked out and returned, could not and should not entirely be replaced by green paper. Paper blows away. Systems stay. The ride home was cold, the first bite of a fall that had learned to sharpen its teeth on mountains. Kit made them swap socks at dusk so feet stayed dry. Keeper tucked his money under his cap and laughed like a kid again when the train cut air faster than the wind could complain. Ellis slept in fits, waking to make sure the wrench lived under his arm. Birdie counted heads twice, then tucked the envelopes deep like a mother bird tucking worms into an awkward beak. Spokane was how they'd left it. Smoke teaching trees to accept it, the wash wheel talking to the river, the tool library's pegs mostly under in. Mother took the envelopes without ceremony, counted without insult, and penned the numbers with her knife of a pencil. Doc held the aspirin tin like she'd been handed a small son and tucked it into a box marked fever cough with a tenderness she did not apologize for. Ruth turned the needles into shirt seams the library listed as urgent children. Ida pointed at vents because Ida didn't stop pointing at vents. Pete nodded once at the cash, and once at the way the cash didn't tilt anyone's posture. That night, the parley fire heard the whole story in the simple language the jungle preferred. Tier weights printed, script refused, dime corrected, $2 donated, 5 envelopes home, aspirin in the box. A man from a camp downriver asked to copy their half-home rule. Mother shrugged. It isn't a rule, she said. It's a habit that keeps babies from having to see God too soon. Elias sat with his notebook, pencil worn to an inch, and wrote the most boring, useful page of the whole book. Before. Work, ask rate, ask tear, ask payday, ask cash versus scrip. Ask if overtime pays real. During work, watch scales, white pans, drip crates, count your own rest hands, drink water you boiled or trust. At pay, verify math out loud. Take cash, receipt if possible, half to commons. Note, donation and insult alike. After, spend on what? The jungle can't make. Medicine, glass, pipe, nails, needles. Boast not. He added a last line and circled it because it felt like a hinge on which a winter might swing without squealing. We bring money back to a place that already works without it, so the parts it can't buy don't break. Kit read over. his shoulder and tapped the sentence with a finger that had a new thin scar across the knuckle. "That'll preach," she said. "Preaching's for Sundays," Birdie said behind them, grinning. "This is for Mondays, when the ledger remembers our names." The jungle bedded down. The envelopes went into the little ledger and then into nails and cough syrup and a pane of glass the children would press their noses against in January, when light mattered more than toys. The workboard was rubbed clean for morning. And down in Yakima, a foreman who thought he understood the poor counted his bolts and realized he'd learned a better business model. Pay fair. Spend less time finding replacements. Winter watched from the ridges with old, blue eyes. The jungle watched back with rope, vents, barrels, and a ledger fat with hours and, now a handful of dollars, folded flat, doing exactly what they were told. Winter arrived like a bill nobody remembered running up. It didn't drift in on romance. It snapped. One night the river wore a skim that looked like bad glass. By dawn it held a boy named Hatch, who had tested it with a rock, then his weight, then his pride. Kit dragged him back with a broom handle and a rope around her waist, cussing him into a story he could tell his grandchildren. The barrel at the eaves froze a lid half an inch thick. Breath became visible grammar. Sound carried forever and went nowhere. Mother walked the workboard with a stub of chalk and rewrote the town to fit a season. 4 columns rose in block letters. You could read with watering eyes. Heat, food, sick, watch. Everything else answers to these until the thaw, she said. If you want poetry, join Mary at noon. If you want spring, bring wood, heat, wood, math, and fire. That behaves at his crew, doubled before breakfast. She pinned a new sheet of canvas to the center board and wrote 3 words, big as commandments. Dry wood first. Then she made everyone practice the test 2 swings of a hatchet and a face near the cut. Dry splits sharp and smells like memory. Wet dribbles and smells like tomorrow's regret. She stacked by species the way a librarian shelves poets' tamarack. Fir, cedar, a few precious cords of maple stolen from a barn that had given up. Ellis added numbers because men argue less when arithmetic is watching. Tamarack approximately 22 BTU, fir approximately 18, cedar approximately 13, no science lab, just hard-earned sense. Asterisk. People with stoves learned to build top-down fires, big splits bottom, smaller above, kindling on top because smoke lies less when fire lights from its own roof. Everyone else learned to coat a holes 2 small pits with a tunnel between so flames could think in private, and smoke had to behave. Elias redrew the ration board's right margin into a heat ledger, hours bucking, hours splitting, hours stacking, and paid them in heat credits that could be traded for extra coal from the little heap Pete scrounged from a siding. Coal for night stoves only, Ida insisted. Hot and cheap, but it soots lies into pipes if you get lazy. We're not burying a family because they liked sleep. Tin cup. Sal organized a nightly chimney knacker. Broom handle thumped twice on each stovepipe at dusk. If no thump answered from inside, you checked. If the answers came slow, you went in anyway. The first week, 3 families pretended they weren't dizzy before Ida dragged them out by the collar and sat them facing the wind while Doc May scolded their blood back into the right color. Between shelters, Ellis strung lifelines, rope pulled tight waist high, then tied with a rag every 4 steps, so a man could walk in white out and know he hadn't invented the path. Kit tied 1 line from Parley Fire to Doc's tent. Nobody gets lost on the way to help, she said. That's not a story we tell. Food, fuel for bodies that burn calories to stay human. Birdie converted the kitchen from summer to siege. She moved the cauldrons under a tin lean-to with canvas sides she could drop when Wind tried to learn to read. On the wall she tacked a winter menu that wasn't fancy and didn't apologize. Bean soup with salt pork 2 days and 5. Potato onion stew the gaps between. Oatmeal in the morning with a stingy spoon of molasses for children and those on the wood crew. May delivered a lecture nobody wanted and everybody needed. You don't starve only from empty plates. You starve from empty heat. Eat when you aren't hungry or the cold will eat for you. She taught them to thicken anything with a handful of flour and to finish bowls with a drizzle of fat if there was fat. Calories are fire you can chew, Birdie would remind, ladling without smiling. Elias added a small symbol to the ration board beside names that worked outside, a tiny flame. Those flames bought a scoop more at supper without argument. Fare isn't equal, Birdie said when a man with a thin pride flared. Fair is everyone alive in March. Ruth put up a shelf of root cellar lore beside the stew line. Keep potatoes from the light, or they talk poison. Onions live longer if they don't cuddle. Carrots like damp cloth and prayers. She made shelf apples with the few unbruised left. Packed in straw in boxes Ellis had planed smooth so one bad day didn't bruise the lot. On the second week of bad cold, the river announced a gift. Ice fish drought sluggish under a skin. Birdie taught a small crew to saw a hole, set a short line with a nail bent to a hook, and wait like saints. She fried their patience in a pan with a dusting of flour and turned a Tuesday into a holiday without saying so. Sick. Flew at the door and rules, we don't argue with it. Began with a cough that sounded like someone had forgotten how to get air out and back. A boy from a camp upriver wandered in with fever eyes and a nosebleed that wouldn't quit. Doc may put her palm to his forehead and called Sparrow protocol. Sparrow was Doc's way of saying influenza without scaring children. It came with a kit. Flour sack masks boiled, dried, tied. A tent set apart downwind with a stove of its own. A bench outside that said leave food, leave news, leave fear. 2 teen girls Doc had trained in Philelma, and June donned aprons and thick courage and took shifts inside. Keeper posted a sign where men who hate reading couldn't miss it. No visitors. Love from a safe distance. Mother stood at the parley ring that night and spoke like weather. You can be angry at rules, she said, or you can be alive. Choose once and keep choosing. She drew 5 chalk dots under sick and wrote masks for all inside the ring. Nobody liked it. Everyone obeyed after Birdie looked at them the way a woman looks at men who have forgotten they were born of lungs. 2. Doc added hot lemon to the stew line for the tent lemon because a grocer down valley liked. Kit's hat and the way she didn't look at him like he was a villain when he asked too much for ripe fruit. Hot because heat is a medicine with no label. She rationed aspirin like sin. Fever down helps. Fever gone steals the body's way to fight. She taught the town to take spit-polish care of hands, to cough into elbows, to wash cups in water that argued with germs and won. Deaths, when they came, did not come like a flood. They came like a thief too in a week, none the next. One the week after, tally that would have been worse if the tent and the rules hadn't existed. Mother wrote the names in the little ledger with the same hand she used for donations and punishments. The circle said their names out loud. Work paused long enough for 4 men and 2 women to dig ground that didn't want to open. The jungle's choir 3 women who could carry a shape in air sang a verse from a hymn that didn't lie. Watch, bulls, deputies, and men who grow braver when others freeze. The railroad tried to clean its margins in January, which is to say, a new bull decided winter made men easy to move. He came at dawn with 2 deputies and the careful swagger of someone who enjoys practicing orders. He barked about trespass and sanitation and the mayor's opinion of vagrants. He found rope lines, latrines that didn't smell, a water system better than the one in his boarding house, and a ledger that would embarrass his precinct captain. He found a woman mother who said, "We'll take your concerns at the parley fire with the whole town present, where you will be a guest and answer questions when asked." He found Kit on the watch line, cap low, rope round her wrist, eyes that told him the winter did not make courage rare, hear it, made it mandatory. The bull blustered anyway. He said, "Pack and go." Mother said, "We will winter where we can keep our children alive." He said, "I've got authority." Mother said, "We have voters." The deputies learned to admire the latrines. The bull left with a promise to return with papers. He came back with a pastor who asked to see the water barrels, and left with a list of donations his church would make on Sunday because it is sinful to do a job halfway. Kit still doubled the watch and set signal pots, coffee cans with pebbles hung on wires along the approach. In the white night, the cans chattered like anxious birds when anyone tried to be secret where secrets get men killed. Keeper learned to sleep with one ear on rattling metal and the other on Doc's cough. The systems that kept people humanities realized the secret to winter wasn't courage. It was schedules. Courage failed at 3 a.m. Systems DIDN, single quotes. Mother instituted the buddy knock. 2 raps at dawn and dusk on each shelter's door from a neighbor who learned the rhythm of the house inside. If no rap returned, you waited a minute and rapped again, harder. The second knock meant enter if the knob turned. Twice it meant the difference between a man waking, cranky, and a body cooling under a blanket. Mary extended school to light therapy. Children read by the new window pane at noon because Doc said faces needed sun the way beans needed salt. Grown men claimed they were only there to fix the sill and somehow stayed through the last page of Tom Sawyer, like boys who had been allowed to be boys again. Reading made the room warmer. No one took its temperature. Everyone felt it. Ida posted vents, again, on the center board so large Keeper joked she'd run out of chalk. She made it a game for kids. Count visible vents as you walked low. Too high, pipe tight, roof seam on a stand. Earn a cinnamon sugar pinch at Birdie's if you spotted a lie. No one resented a child pointing at their lack of holes when the prize was sweetness and the winter was mean. Ruth invented. Foot hour every evening after stew. Boots off, socks changed, toes inspected by whoever shared your shelter. It was humiliating for exactly 1 day, then it became a kind of love. Frostbite tried, found its cover blown, and left for a lazier town. Elias tuned the ration board into a map of attention. Red dots for sick, blue for alone, green for new. Yellow for stoic, his invention for men who would lie rather than admit pain. Kit disliked yellow in general and took it personally. She put herself on the stoic round and visited those doors with a tin cup of tea and a story that began with once, when I was dumb and cold. Pride melted faster than snow under a stovepipe. Music, which had been nice in summer, became policy in winter. Birdie's boy discovered he could beat 3 notes out of a washboard that made toddlers dance without permission. A man who had insisted he didn't know anything useful pulled a harmonica from a pocket and bent it into the room until even Ida smiled, which is like watching a brick check a joke and decide to go along. Trouble anyhow, the fire, the child, the march shoe cannot do everything right and prevent everything bad. That is a sermon Winter preached even when no one had asked for church. The fire came at 2:11 a.m., which Elias knew because the clock on the shelf broke when he threw it at the wall to wake the man beneath it. A hard freeze had made a man's stovepipe shrink enough to shake its collar loose. Sparks found a rag pile. Rags petitioned Flame. Flame accepted. The signal pots chattered like gossip. The town arrived with sand first. Water later riders doctrined, smothered Flame into sulk. The roof took a scar. The men inside took a lecture and a room in the warming shelter until their house could be mended. 3 days later, a baby decided not to wait for spring. Alma and June, with Doc May's calm as a lantern, turned the schoolhouse into a delivery ward with warm bricks in flour sacks and a kettle that didn't stop. Birdie posted a quiet sign nobody ignored. The child arrived with a cry big enough for July, and the town's lungs remembered why they'd been hoarding heat. The ledger got a new line born. Elsie, daughter of Martha and Ray, 7 pounds-ish, owes stew in 2049 because Birdie believed in debts that made you laugh. Then the march. Word came from a priver of a camp burned out under colour of law. Dispersed, the paper would later say, beaten like rugs, Tin Cup translated. Men arrived with eyes that didn't know where to land, carrying nothing that hadn't been cursed by smoke. The jungle did not vote. It expanded the warming shelter and added a quarantine. Lobe, because love without caution is how a camp dies while trying to be good. Mother called a townkeeper. Meeting that isn't about decisions so much as reminders. We do not save everybody, she said, voice steady in the face of faces that had forgotten their names. We save the number the ledger says we can save without breaking. The part that saved the last batch. There was. Muttering there is always muttering, where mercy meets arithmetic. But when Birdie laid out, the bean count and Doc laid out the cough map, even Kit's jaw unclenched. They let 5 in for wintering proper, fed 20, sent 30 onward with maps, chalk, and the good blanket out of the loan bin. If that sounds cold to you, stay for February, riding winter, because people still had to move. Railroad Pete ran a winter riding class that started with don't and moved on only after he believed a man had heard it. He taught the glove within mitten trick and the newspaper gaiter and the art of not breathing coal dust just because it smells like heat. He taught rope harnesses tied to boxcar rings. How to lie flat across the boards when a tunnel shaved the air to a furious inch. How to read a frost-rimed ladder, rung and wait for the next car if your hand wanted to be a hand in spring. He showed them the mark for no hops here in winter a double X, with frost drawn round it which Elias added to his legend like a tombstone. Kit added a rider's rule that was not negotiable. If you feel brave, wait 10 minutes. 10 minutes is often the difference between a dare and a plan, the ledger that still mattered through all of this sash duty and lullabies. Rope lines and ration bowls. Elias did what Elias did. He wrote. He turned names into grids and grids into visits. He penciled heat credits and care debits and drew lines that showed more than they demanded. He trained 3 others to read and update without waiting for him. Because the only ledger worth keeping is the one you can walk away from without it starving. One night, exhausted and proud and frightened by a cough in his own chest. He sat with Mother and the small ledger between them, the one that recorded gifts, loans, mercies. She flipped to a page with the foreman's donation and a child's returned spoon. On the bottom line she had written in her poor, tidy hand, "Ode to March, everything." "Terrible accounting," Elias said, smiling into his scarf. "The best kind," Mother said. "It keeps us honest." And that was how winter went. Teeth bared, rules obeyed, music when there was breath for it. Not triumph, not tragedy. Competence, which is a quieter word and a better shelter. On the first day the river's skin broke and the water remembered its own face. Kit took the cap off a post and chalked a symbol Elias had never seen, a circle with a dot at the bottom and 3 lines lifting like a sun over it. "What's that?" he asked Thor. She said, "Means we kept the promise. Carry what you can until the world agrees to help again." The rope lines stayed another week, because smart towns don't believe spring on the first date. The buddy knock softened to 1 rap. The warming shelter turned into Mary's reading room again. The sparrow tent stood empty for 3 days in a row, and everybody pretended not to count. Elias cleaned the board with a wet rag and wrote for new column seed. "Repair, hiring, teach and underteach," he wrote. Smaller. "Tell the winter back to the men who were not here so they believe the boring rules next time. Because there is a next time. That is not pessimism. That is weather." The jungle stretched like a man released from a small bed. Men bragged in small, embarrassed bursts about how they had not panicked. Women dismissed death with a joke and washed the joke off their hands. Children ran in new mud and learned the smell of it. Winter left. It did not apologize. The town didn't need it to. It had vents, rope, stew, music, a ledger, and an agreed-upon grammar that said systems first, courage second, panic never. Nobody thought that was poetry, which is why it worked. Asterisk Thor didn't arrive on a brass band. It came on little feet, a drip from the eave that didn't freeze mid-air, a rope line that sagged instead of singing tight, a boy's boot that came back from the river with mud instead of a sermon. Kit chalked a new mark on a fence poster circle with a dot and 3 short lines rising over it and said, "Spring," like she'd negotiated it herself. Mother wiped the winter board clean heat. Food, sick. Watchhand drew for new columns in practical letters, seed. Repair, hiring, teach. She tapped the last one with her chalk. "This is the crop we don't let fail," she said. "Teach what winter taught you while you can still smell it." Mary shifted the school from survival recess to a timetable that would make a railroad proud. She posted it on a flour sack sheet by the parley ring. 8 o'clock to 9 o'clock. Shelter and stove, Ida 9:15 to 10:15. Rail yard patterns and safe riding kit and Pete. 10:30 to 11:15. Sanitation and first aid, Doc May Alma. June 11:30 to 12 o'clock. Ration math and fairness, Birdie and Elias. 12 o'clock to 1 o'clock. Stew bread and stretching a meal, Birdie. 1 o'clock to 2 o'clock. Foraging and garden starts Ruth. 2:15 to 3 o'clock. Tool library and fixer-on, Ellis and Keeper. 3:15 to 4 o'clock. Hobo code and chalk grammar kit. Tin cup for 15 to 5 o'clock. Parley and conflict without knives, Mother. You'll tire them, Elias warned. Good, Mary said. They'll sleep and not go looking for romance. They can't afford. They called it school, because training camp made men flinch, and university would have made Mary laugh until her pencil fell. People came from up and down the Line 3 from a camp that had wintered under a bridge. A woman from a church kitchen who wanted to help without saint's patience. 2 boys who'd ridden their first boxcar in December and had eyes like alarm bells. A printer who hadn't touched a press in a year and a half and wore his old dignity like a coat he hoped still fit. The first hour, Ida marched them to a test shelter she'd built wrong on purpose. "Find the lies," she said, arms crossed, blue ribbon pinned like punctuation. They found a stovepipe that kissed canvas without a tin collar, vents that could not have moved a breath if it had begged, a roof seam that promised to leak the first time a cloud got feelings. Ida said nothing while they pointed. Then she made them fix it. "Don't clap," she said afterward. "Sleep." Kit and Pete took the rail hour. Pete drew the yard in dust switches like veins, sidings like knuckles. The middle consist like a safe street at night if you knew which houses to pass and which to visit. Kit demonstrated climbing down from a moving car without donating ankles. She made them practice the rope harness tie, 2 wraps around the waist, free end to a ring, no fancy knots you'd forget when the world joggled. She taught the 10-minute rule if courage showed up wanting a stunt. You gave it 10 minutes to calm down into a plan. Doc May's hour began with hated things: soap, boiling water, the dullness of doing dishes properly when your hands are cold. She taught the hand wash that actually works, backs, thumbs, between fingers, the places men pretend don't exist. Alma held up a rag bucket and June showed bandage economy wrap to cover, not to mummify. Doc lifted a rusty nail and a clean needle. "This one makes stories," she said of the nail. "This one closes them." She wasn't kind about fevers. "Aspirin is a tool," she said, "not a religion. Learn to feel a forehead with the back of your hand. Learn to watch for blue lips. Learn that a cough not getting worse is sometimes called getting better." Birdie and Elias ran ration, math like a carnival booth that didn't cheat. They used beans because beans obey. "Fair isn't equal," Birdie said, pouring a scoop into a tin. "Fair is everyone through to April." Elias put 2 tins side by side and wrote numbers on the board big enough to see from the door. "Credits by time, not seconds helpings," he said. "Time with a tool, time with a warm stove, time to be sick without losing your house." He drew a simple, thinner rectangle, divided into days and showed how the board made a week visible. A man who hated numbers and the banker they rode in on grunted despite himself. "I can see that," he admitted, like confessing a sin. At noon, Birdie taught soup the way a blacksmith teaches a bend. Start with fat if you have it, onions until they tell you they're ready, water hot enough to remember it used to be steam, then beans, then patience. She had 3 rules on the wall. Don't boil milk, salt late. STIR, kind. She handed out recipe cards that were more ratios than poetry and watched as 2 teenage boys filed them like they meant to feed someone other than themselves one day. She made a loaf with stretch mashed potatoes into flour, a spoon of sugar like a rumor, yeast coaxed by a careful warmand, turned it into enough bread that half the town got a heel. "Bread is cheering," she said. "We tax bread in laughter." Ruth's hour took them to the edges of the camp where weeds had memorized the Bible stories about abundance. She showed lamb's quarters spinach the country doesn't charge you for. She snapped dock and roasted it later with a wink of fat. She pointed at stinging nettle, smiled at their faces, and then showed nettle as soup after a boil took the sting's pride. She taught garden starts in anything boxes, tins, the bottoms of broken jars. South wall, she said. Sun is a miser. Trick it. She had them plant radishes because radishes teach you to believe in a future in 21 days. She passed around packets of seed like banknotes and watched men hold them the way they'd held there. Children as babies, the first time mockward. Reverent, a little frightened by the idea of caring. Ellison Keeper did tools with a showman's patience. Keeper explained the library rules without apology. You check it out with your name. You fix it before you return it. You teach one thing you learned about it to me or to the next guy. Ellis taught the sharpening angle on a chisel. Don't invent a new math. Use the old one and how to put a handle on a hammer so it didn't fly the first time it felt strong. He taught wood grain like scripture go with it, never against, unless you fancy splinters with opinions. Kit and Tin Cup closed the afternoon with code. They chalked the signs on boards and made people say them aloud until the fence itself blushed. They explained stale marks and the duty to update. Kit added a new squiggle to the legend 2 dots above a line. Means rumor, she said. Don't build your day on it. Don't ignore it, either. Tin Cup told a story about a mark for kind woman that someone abused by bringing 5 men to one door. We corrected it, he said. We corrected the man, too. Mother's hour was a circle and a promise. You won't agree every time, she told them. So learn to argue in front of witnesses. She ran a mock council over a fake knife. Theft that turned real because 2 boys are 2 boys in any season. She showed the punishment ladder, ash duty, eat alone. Leave for a week, leave for a lot longer. We aren't judge and jury, she said. We're neighbors with chores. At the end of the first week, Mary held up a stack of little grey notebook soilcloth covers, waxed thread spines, pages lined with a grid. On the front, stamped with a dented letterpress kit, and the printer had resurrected. 2 words, field book. Inside, the first page held the legend Elias and Kit had standardized for safe camp. For kind woman, for bulls. A calendar grid for recording hours owed and hours given. A page for names of people you should listen to. A page for things you will teach next time. Not a diploma, Mary said. A mirror. Hold it up so you can see what you know and where you still make smoke with your fire. They built a small ceremony that would have embarrassed them in summer and felt right in spring. Certificates weren't paper. They were jobs. Graduates left with assignments. 2 to a satellite camp, a priver to install a water filter. 1 to a church kitchen in town to teach soup that doesn't sicken anybody. 3 to a yard down valley to draw the honest map on fences and not get arrested while doing it. Each left with a bundle, a coil of rope, a piece of chalk wrapped in wax paper, a needle, a bar of soap, 10 feet of wire, 3 packets of seed, a copy of the field book, and Birdie's bread heel wrapped in the page of the week's notices. Go make this boring somewhere else, Mother said, eyes bright in a face that had not slept enough since a long time ago. Boring saves lives. Spring had its own disaster to sell, and it found the town on a Tuesday rain. Mountain snow remembered gravity. The river rose like a slow decision, and then like a fast one. Kit's signal pots clattered daytime for once. Ida's head came up like a dog who knew what thunder says. Line, she said. Sandboards, barrels. They'd rehearsed flood in winter because you rehearse in comfort. What will kill you when you're tired? Now they ran it. Men filled feed sacks with sand, and Ellis showed how to stitch a wall overlap, tuck, stagger, a river-proof quilt. Women filled barrels and rolled them against the bank, built a line of float stoppers in places where water would try to get clever. Kids formed bucket brigades for the smaller leaks and were useful. Nothing makes a child steady like having their hands accepted. Doc. May moved her tent to high ground and laid out evac plans by shelter, bundle by the door. Names written in chalk on each order of march if they had to march. Alma taped spoons inside her sleeves like knives, because she knew babies would still want what babies want in a flood. Ruth guided the garden crew up, salvaging seed flats, blessing weeds that hadn't learnt to swim. Birdie moved flour and beans above her own head height, then set a pot on the highest stove and made soup on principle. Because hot in a bowl keeps men reasonable when the river tries to prove that land is a fad. Elias took the ledger to the high cabin and opened it to the emergency page. He checked names off as people reported present. He wrote out next to those who had sensibly left the week before to find work or warmer places, and moved next to 2 older men who went to the Methodist basement without argument and said the benches looked like pews anyway. The river put a shoulder into the sand wall at the bend. It bulged like a lie. Kit swore and pulled 2 men from a leak they were winning to the section they were losing. You plug where the water is asking you a question, not where you want to give a speech, she said, and they moved, and the wall held. They didn't win everywhere. A row of garden boxes raptured into the current and went past like tiny coffins everyone pretended not to see. Tin Cup shouted at the river out of habit and to feel like he'd said his piece. By nightfall, the water decided to believe the bank again. The town sagged, then whooped, then didn't do either because it still had to check the sandwall seams. The flood took some beans and some sleep and 1 hen with more courage than brains. It didn't take a man or a child or the reading window next morning. The board added repair details, reshaped the bank, restacked the sand, replant the beds, releveled the path to docks. The town spent a full day moving dirt and a second day picking up where water had tried to write a new map. They found the runaway boxers in a snag downriver and hauled them home like old friends. Trouble came in a different shape the following week. A man in a clean coat with a clean moustache and a plan to charge dues for protection from bruises he hadn't delivered yet. The kind that calls himself Captain Without a Boat. He set up at the edge of the jungle and held court like a self-invited preacher. You need order, he said, smiling with all his teeth. I can bring it. A nickel a head every Saturday, and nothing unpleasant will happen to your tents. Kit faced him with her hands in her pockets, which did not look like surrender. Mother stood by because it's good for a town's mother to be seen. The circle formed in the polite distance you give trouble before you push it away. Order costs for hours, Mother said, nodding toward the board. We pay that already. The man's smile sharpened. What if I go to the sheriff? Bring him, Kit said. We'll show him the latrines and the ledger. If he likes your plan better than ours, we'll ask him how much you paid him to like it. He tried a different angle, fear. I have boys, he said. Boys get hungry. Tin Cup lifted his tin. So do we, he said. We feed ours with stew and chores. You feed yours with my pocket. You'll need a new tooth. The man misread the room and reached under his coat where men sometimes keep persuasion. Keeper moved before his brain knew he'd moved and plucked the coat aside with a hook he used at the tool shed. The man found his hand empty and his face full of Ellis's chest. Calm fell on the circle like a snow you welcome. Mother didn't shout. "Sir," she said, "you have two choices we entertain. The train or your dignity. Take the train and keep the latter. Take neither and you'll be an anecdote we tell mean." He took the train. Kit chalked with a little dollar beside it on the fence down valley, where the next town would benefit from the warning. "We don't pay for peace," she told the board that night. "We earn it." The school kept graduating. The first wave of trainees sent a letter back through a runner. Water system installed at Curlew. 2 children stopped being sick all the time. Parley adopted. Tool library started with 3 hammers and a stubborn saw. Mary read it aloud and the town cheered like the letter had brought cake. Elias started a network page in the big ledger. Names of other jungles. What they'd borrowed, the water plan, the stew ratios, the punishment ladder. What they'd taught back, a trick for drying shoes fast without lighting them on fire. A mark for trustworthy farmsteaders who needed a fence repaired and paid in eggs. He drew lines between cities like a boy drawing railroads and realized the truth Pete had always known. The country is small when information moves faster than pride. News from the world beyond their fences came with a thaw too. A cousin wrote to Birdie that there were men marching on Washington for a bonus the government had promised and the calendar didn't feel like honoring. "Bonus army," Tin Cup said, tasting the words. Kit's jaw worked at them like gristle. "We teach," Mother said. "We do not campaign. But men we love will be there. We'll make sure they leave with rope and soap and the number for a church kitchen that told us the truth." Hiren picked up like a tired horse grabbing a second wind. The railroad needed ties tamped. The city needed ditches cleared. A mill needed belts relaced by hands that didn't mistake themselves for heroes. The school sent out crews, not men, with a foreman drawn from their own. Ellis for repair jobs, Kit for anything with risk, Birdie for kitchens that hired seasonal help and then didn't feed them. The crews carried their own rules half home to the ledger on Saturday, receipts written with stub pencils that made excuses shrink. Elias Ledger, student. Teacher felt the odd sensation of watching a life stitch itself into a shape ready to be worn. He had a home patchwork canvas and tin and discipline and a job that said help instead of have. He still wrote letters he didn't send to parents who'd been told he was out west and safe. He still walked to the fence sometimes and looked east, the direction banks live. He still woke occasionally at night with his lungs counting breath the way Doc had taught them. But when he woke, he also reached for the field. BOOK on the crate beside his bed and wrote 3 lines. About how to store kindling so it didn't pretend. To be wet in April, habit, is a kind of prayer. On a warm evening when the parley fire burned as much for mood as for heat. Mary stood and made an announcement in the exact tone she used to tell a roomful of children to hush. "Tomorrow," she said, "we start our first Teach the Teachers Day. What have we been doing?" Keeper asked, not entirely joking. "Teaching techniques," Mary said. "Tomorrow we teach how to teach without making men feel small and women feel like you're doing them a favor." They held it in the school with the glass window that made the room glow like a thought. Mary taught how to explain a thing twice, 2 ways. Kit taught how to let a student be wrong without letting them be hurt. Birdie taught how to hand someone a job and not hover. Ida taught how to use silence until the person who's supposed to be thinking does it. Mother taught how to ask a room for consent before a rule changes. Elias taught how to draw a diagram straight enough to help. And Doc taught how not to scare people with science when soap will get you there. They didn't give diplomas. They gave roots. Go to Curlew with Abby and fit their stoves right. Ride to Ellensburg and help the church kitchen set its boil wash rinse, ***. So April doesn't smell like January. They gave letters of introduction, written on the back of flour sacks and signed by Mother and Pete. And Birdie, because a name you trust is useful at a fence you haven't met, that night after the class. Kit and Elias sat on the rail by the edge of the yard and watched the sky put on its half-grown leaves. Kit flicked her lighter and didn't light anything with it. She just liked the sound. "You're good at this," she said without looking, which in Kit's mouth was affection. At what? Making a boring thing feel like a tool instead of a lecture. He thought of Winters, rope lines and Spring's seed trays and Mary's schedule and Doc's tent. "It's all the same thing," he said. "Promises we can do while tired." Kit nodded. "Write that on the board," she said. "Half the trouble in the world shows up wearing a medal it didn't earn. The other half is fixed by somebody who remembered the boring step at the right time, down by the river." Ruth checked the nettle patch like a nurse checks a pulse. Birdie leaned on the kitchen table and let her feet swear into the floorboards where no one could hear. Ida measured a doorframe and muttered that a half-inch is a whole complaint. And Mother counted heads with her eyes and stopped when she got to enough. The jungle had made a school. It wasn't a building. It was a habit. People came scared or proud or both, and left carrying rope and a book and the obligation to explain what they knew to the next frightened, or proud or both person. Spring doesn't fix poverty. It just gives you time to be clever before heat becomes the problem again. The school made sure that time didn't wander off. Elias added a new line to the bottom of the field book template before Mary set type for the next batch. "A teacher is a traveler who unpacks their pack where it's needed and leaves the map behind." He closed the book and slid it into the pocket he'd sewn into his coat, next to the piece of chalk and the stub of pencil and the letter he'd write his parents someday with an address that didn't need explaining. The rope lines now hung slack and friendly. The river whispered something about July peaches. The train 2 miles out blew a long, long, short, long, and Kit's head twitched to count. The town breathed. It would teach again in the morning, and again after that, and again until teaching was as automatic as stirring stew or counting heads at dusk. That's a kind of wealth you can't store in a vault, which is why it lasts. By late spring, the jungle hummed like a pantry, full enough to be hopeful, organized enough to be smug about it. The board by the parley ring had 4 columns: seed, repair, hiring. Teach, and then Mother added a 5th in a square of chalk that felt like a dare. "Wire. Information is food," she said, tapping the word. "Last winter, 2 of our scares were harder because news traveled slower than the weather. We fix that or we pay for it again." As if to prove her thesis, a runner arrived before lunch, dragging breath like a sled. He was maybe 16, hat too big, hope too heavy. "Missoula," he gulped, air moved. "Bulls and deputies. They're safe but thin. They sent me more air. 2 camps burned need water barrels and doctor's kit. I've been stopping to tell folks, but it takes days and the river doesn't care. Doc." May had his pulse in a second and tea in him in 2. Kit bent over the map on the notices board and pressed her thumb flat where Missoula used to be and now wasn't. Pete, lounging at the edge of the circle like a cat that never admits it cares, cleared his throat. In the old days, we had the Hobo telegraph, he said. Chalk, marks on fence posts, cuts on gatewood. News rode as fast as the next pair of legs could carry it. Tin Cup Sal flicked his tin with a fingernail. We still have that, he said. We just need it to behave. Elias, who had come to believe that anything could be taught if you found the right ratio of icon to sentence, looked at the board and saw a newspaper where a blank wall used to be. Let's do both, he said. Marks for fast, paper for slow truths, and timetables for the people who move the messages. Mary grinned like a schoolteacher who has been handed a printing press. Speaking of paper, she said, there's a letterpress under 2 quilts in a church basement in town that would behave if men apologized for what they dropped. On it, and women cleaned it like they meant to keep it. They fetched it. It took 4 people and 2 oaths to move the old Chandler and Price from a corner where a Sunday school once cut stencils for Christmas flyers. A printer from Oregon, Humboldt Jones, clean-fingered by habit, not circumstance, had drifted through the week before, eyes hungry for type like men are hungry for stew. He cleaned the press with kerosene and love, inked it with a paste Mary made from lampblack and linseed, and set a headline that looked like a promise. The Wire, #1, news for people who can't afford. Lies, they argued the form around the stove. Kit wanted icons big enough to read at a run. Mary wanted sentences plain enough to read upside down while holding a baby. Elias wanted numbers that stayed honest after they were folded and carried against a sweaty chest. They compromised icons, the size of a thumb joint paired with 10 words of explanation. A bull's head for hostile yards. A tiny pot for safe kitchens. A dot-and-arc to mean boil water. A shovel for hiring here. A circle with 3 little rays over its rim for Thor. Along one side, a legend in case the sheet wandered far and met someone who only knew a different dialect of chalk. Along the bottom, 3 boxes, MAIL, drop points, and their marks. Need what Missoula asked for, have what Spokane could spare. Stamp it, Kit said. Not just ink. A mark bulls don't know to fake. Mary used the little press to cut a potato the way children do for crafts, then laughed at herself and set a tiny block of lead instead. A pot mother's pot with steam lines like a crown. Every issue got the pot in red. Counterfeiters can copy bad type, Humboldt sniffed. They never get the ink right. Shame, Birdie said. We don't counterfeit, Stu. They printed 50 sheets on flour sacks, ironed flat. Then 75 more when the first stack vanished into satchels. They set up a route board that looked suspiciously like Pete's yard maps. West Run, Spokane gives Pasco, gives Yakima, gives Ellensburg, gives Renton, gives Seattle. East Run, Spokane gives, Sandpoint gives, Wallace gives. Missoula, new location marked with a triangle until it became a circle again, gives Butte, gives Livingston. South Run, Spokane gives, Pendleton gives, Umatilla gives, Boys. Each leg had a tenderer person who would mind the board at that town, sometimes a pastor, sometimes a barber, sometimes a woman named Willa, whose boarding house fed hobo soup that tasted like apologies accepted. They didn't assume literacy. Every sheet had a shout line at the top, in icons only the week's most important 2 things. The first issue, Bulls. Over Missoula and Boyle for Wallace, where a tannery had blessed the river with things you don't baptize in. Asterisk. They didn't assume honesty, either. Kit trained runners in challenge and countersign because men who lie for a living hate being asked to cook. What's the second rule of stew? She'd say, knife on the board. The answer, salt late. What's Scout's handshake called? She'd asked Tin Cup's crew. Answer, we don't have one. We have work. Silly, maybe. It saved a handful of men from being diverted to jobs that ended at script counters and club handles. The marks grew up to. Kit and Tin Cup built a second tier, the way trainmen use hand signals when their mouths are busy. A small dot under the bull's head meant bulls with a temper. 2 dots meant bulls with friends. A little cross by the pot meant stew for work. A slash meant stew without sermons. A slash through the slash Kit's idea meant sermons, but with drums, which she insisted mattered. A thumb-length arrow with a split tail meant go around. A tiny wave line meant river high. They tested the system on the Yakima run, because the cannery foreman already knew their faces and, deep down, liked his life better when 5 competent people showed up and insisted on tear weights. Keeper volunteered to be a runner because 19 demands a dare. He tucked 10 sheets into a waxed sack, kissed the tool library ledger like a priest does an altar, and loped in Ellensburg. The first bruise, a man in a clean coat with a dirty smile claiming to be the board tender. I posed the wires, he said, peddling his script job in the same breath. What's the third rule of bread? Kit asked, because she'd come along to see the first runs into the world. Slice even, the man said too quickly. Birdie, who had joined for exactly this conversation and the chance to buy 3 sacks of good flour, tilted her head. Third rule is stretch, she said gently. You don't bake out of vanity. You bake so the loaf feeds all the mouths it promised. She looked at Kit. Kit looked at the man's cuffs. Too clean for a board tender who handled flour sacks. Too slick for a Sunday. She put a small danger mark on the edge of the board where only a trained eye would look a dot inside an X. Kit's own little invention for snake in the grass. They didn't fight him. They marginalized him. They moved the official board to the church fence, asked the pastor to be tender, showed him how to stamp the pot in red, and told the story of script to his face. Within a week, the clean coat had taken his snake smile to a town where nobody stamped their pots. The East Run proved its worth in a way that kept a dozen lungs from drowning. Wallace's tannery had indeed taught the river to argue with intestines. The wire's boil mark got there a day ahead of 3 sick men and a week ahead of 20 more. Birdie sent lime with the next runner and instructions on latrine move and asterisk ash. Doc's hot lemon and rationed aspirin followed. Missoula's new circle drew its first kitchen fire without having to exclaim itself to strangers because the wire did the introductions. They added mail, not letters that make a postman kind, though those 2 but small notes that mattered to people who think in systems. 2 men headed east need to learn vents. Send to Ida's cousin in Butte. Church in Renton has 4 blankets. We'll trade for soap. Looking for Hatch's cousin. Eddie, age 12. Scar on chin. Last seen boys. The board in Yakima couldn't keep paper. Humboldt made a pocket rack out of tin cans nailed flat and labeled with icons, because the grocery store clerk who let them hang it up could neither read nor be convinced of it in public. News moved. It wasn't gossip. It was logistics. Wenatchee needs pickers, pays cash, posts, tear in paint. Helena Scherer friendly until Monday, sour after. Pendleton feed store will grind flour for 2 hours, sweep. The Wire turned travel from a hero story into a calendar. It took the romance clean out of getting lost. It also found people. On the third week of running, a boy in Renton pointed at the mail pocket with a dirty fingernail. Eddie was here, he said to Keeper, reading his cousin's name like he'd never seen it heavy like that before. Left last Wednesday with a man called Vinegar for the cherry harvest. Said tell Hatch he's got a hat now. They chalked the trail, sent the news west. And 3 days later, Hatch was washing Eddie's ears with a thoroughness that made Doc May blush and look away smiling. The railroad noticed. Not the employees. You can't keep yardmen from admiring a system that helps. 5 fewer men die on their watch, but the captains, the kind who liked broken lines where life ought to draw straight. A gang was sent to scrub boards and arrest ink. They scraped chalk like their wages depended on it, they did, ripped the Renton tin pockets down, and made a show of crumpling the Wire No, for in a way that would look good if anyone bothered to write about such things in a paper that would live past lunch. Kit had trained for this too. Redundancy, Mary's favourite word, became doctrine. If a board came down, its marks reappeared under the board, where men who check fast don't check. If chalk became illegal, charcoal became urgent. If fences got wiped, Kit taught tenders to use the undersill of depot windows and the back of the bottom stair. Places janitors don't dare reach because angles break their mops. They tucked wire sheets behind loose bricks, marked with a dot of spit-soaked soot at the corner. They used song. Tin Cup adapted an old hymn with a new verse that mentioned 2 o'clock westbound with a long, long short if the yard was warm and midnight slow coal if it wasn't. The Wire slipped into the sound of men working and nobody arrested the tune. They also used honest businesses as allied stations, because cashing cows is one thing and being a person is another. The barber in Pasco kept a clipping jar labelled Wire and slid coins into it for postage without being asked. The cobbler in Ellensburg chalked a neat icon of a boot with a dot if he'd heard fresh news, and because he'd fixed Kit's heel and admired the way she walked like trouble, would have to make an appointment. The schoolroom in Spokane took in field books from graduates with margins filled in vent, hack for tarps. How to make nettle not be mad. How to ask a grocer for old fruit without making him mean and merry. Let Humboldt set anew. How to column in the Wire each week from the best entries. Of course, there were parasites. A man named Bullet Joe took to carving open circle, safe in towns he wanted to be unsafe so he could sell protection. The Wire solved him the way well-fed. Towns solve rats with competition. The Renton church kitchen posted a pot with a cross and a slash, meaning no fee. Tin Cup's song took a new verse. When the circle lies open, but the hands don't show. Tip your hat, keep walking. Tell mother so. Bullet Joe tried a new town and met Kit's countersign about stew. He failed and learned he liked other work better. Viteras gave him a file and a hinge and 2 hours of steady company. Sometimes that reprograms a man. On the 4th issue of The Wire, Humboldt set a paragraph in a box at the top because Mary insisted and mother approved. We are not a gang. We are a calendar and a map. No. Dues. No. Boss. Read the marks. Obey the rules that save children. Argue the rest in the parley circle. Stamp the pot. Don't sign what you didn't see. They added a second box in small type for people who keep pens behind their ears. Have type. Have press. Set this in your town, in your words. Steal our icons. Improve them. Send a sheet back with the changes. So we can steal yours, right? Within a month. A duplicate wire arrived from Pendleton. Type rough, ink a little grey, icons slightly off. Pot stamp carved from linoleum, but proud. It contained a symbol, Spokane adopted. A tiny envelope with a triangle corner for safe mail drop with a rule. Don't leave letters that would get a man arrested for having a mother. The wire found its biggest test when a scarlet fever rumor slipped into the East Run under the coat of a man who liked to dramatize. He chalked cross plus skull in Sandpoint and ran, and panic likes a finish line. The board tender their old, patient, suspicious of drama, checked the wire, no mention, checked Missoula's tender by countersign, checked Doc May by runner. The reply came back, no, Scarlet. Yes, cough. Sparrow tent up. Boil water. The skull mark got sanded off, the boil mark got drawn bigger, and a paper with Sparrow protocol appeared under a pot stamp. No panic, just laundry. The best thing the wire did, though, wasn't dramatic. It made crews arrive, instead of men showing up. Wenatchee posted hiring with tear-printed and the pot stamp. Kit took a team 5, a balanced set, Birdie for the kitchen, Ellis for breaking things gently and fixing them sternly, Keeper for the toolboard that Wenatchee didn't have yet, 2 kids for hustle. They negotiated as a unit, worked as a unit, sent half home as a unit. The foreman discovered that if you treat 5 like they're worth 6, they become 7. He wrote a note for the wire on mylar paper, freed from under a cake in the company store. Crews from Spokane get the work done, tear painted, script refused. Send more. Humboldt set it without changing 1 comma. Mother stamped the pot and smiled without showing teeth. Think we're making ourselves famous? Elias asked Kit one sunset, both of them inked in thumbprints and tired in the way that feels like a clean bed. Famous is what men say when they want to make their mothers worry, Kit said. We're making ourselves predictable, which is better. Trains run on time when people expect them to. So do towns. He looked at the route board with its threads, the fence marks that had learned grammar, the flour sack sheets with their pot stamp, the tin pockets. He looked at Mary coaxing new type out of a box that had been a hymn once and still remembered the tune. He looked at Pete, who had never asked for a job title and now had one anyway. Wire boss written in chalk above his head. He scowled and then wore it the way a man wears a coat he swore he didn't need and then realized he liked. News from beyond the rails still came in currents. Bonus marches back east building a city of tents by the Capitol. Farmers in the plain binding their fields against a sky that had started to look like a rumor. The wire carried some of it in icons too small for politics and too large for a ledger. Marchers need water. Avoid this rail yard. The colonel likes horses and dislikes you. A priest in Omaha will feed you and not ask a name. Elias added a page to the big ledger called Wire Notes, the boring things that keep a network honest. Replace chalk at tenders monthly. Send 3 red stamps west. Pendletons broke their pot. Teach countersigns to new runners. Retire old ones when bulls learn them. He drew little circles connected by lines and realized he was holding a map of trust. Not a map of rails or rivers. A map of people who would behave under pressure. The Missoula camp sent back a strip of flour sack with neat letters and a pot, stamped in blackberry juice because ink was rationed for truth. We moved twice. We didn't die. Your wire was a rope. We owe. Birdie posted it on the schoolhouse window beside the glass that let in the kind of light you can't eat but need. Mother added 2 words under wire on the parley board. So small only the people who needed to read them would read them. Don't brag. Not because pride is always fatal, but because pride likes to take naps. Systems don't buy. Summer, the wire was something you could lean on. It hung in the air like a second set of rails. News traveled faster than trains, not by much, but by enough that the jungle didn't mistake weather for surprise anymore. The hobo telegraph hadn't become civilized. It had become useful on purpose. Fence posts spoke, paper whispered, pots stamped truth, songs carried warnings, and men carried each other's messages in their heads. The way people carry prayers when they don't know a church. The best test of any system is whether it works when you're tired and a little scared and don't like the person who's telling you to use it. The wire passed. Again and again it passed. Kit drew one more symbol on the legend before the wire. No. 7 went out, a small square with 4 dots, 1 on each corner. What's that? Keeper asked. Home, she said. Means you found a town that acts like one. Not fancy, not rich. Predictable and warm enough that you don't forget your name when the wind picks up. She stamped the pot, rubbed ink off her thumb on her pants, and looked east. Somewhere beyond the lines, men with signs were walking toward promises that wore uniforms. We're not done, she said to no one in particular and everyone in earshot. The wire buzzed softly on the fence where the evening breeze plucked the flour sacks on the line. The parley fire cracked like a well-practiced joke. Elias filed the route changes with the bored contentment of a man who has found the right kind of religion. Do a small thing right, in the open, every day, until the result is a town. Asterisk, the wire hummed before breakfast. Flour sack sheets on the fence flicked like fish, and the pot stamp bled a little red where Mary had pressed too hard in her hurry. Marches east. Water and stew needed. Tents swelling. Below the icons, 10 words Mary made smaller because truth didn't need to shout. Men who fought are sleeping on river mud. Send teachers. The parley ring filled the way a skillet fills when you pour too fast, sizzle and edges rising. Pete used a stick to draw the country in dust. A line crooked as a scar across the middle Spokane to the capital where promises wear suits. He tapped yards with the stick so it clicked like switched tongues. You don't have to go, he said, which meant, decide now. If you go, you're not going to wave signs. You're going to build systems under strangers and leave them standing when you leave. Mother didn't make speeches. She made assignments. To cruise, she said. One stays, keeps the ledger fat and the sparrow tent ready. One rides, she pointed with the chalk, clean and unromantic. Kit runs the traveling town. Elias keeps numbers honest, where law forgets what honest smells like. Birdie runs soup. Doc May builds a sparrow ward that can take a crowd. Pete maps the rail like we invented it. Ellis, Ida, Tin Cup. Keeper, if you can make something safer with your hands or your noise, you're on. Mary cleared her throat. I'm staying, she said. Not because she loved less, but because the school was a field that fed everything else. I'll print the wire east on anything flat I can bully into ink. Bring countersigns with you. Bring patience. Bring the joke you tell when men forget they're funny because they're scared. They packed like people who'd practiced. Rope first coils in sacks, coils around waists. Chalk wrapped in wax paper. Soap in bars Birdie had buoyed from the church pantry with the promise of 50 clean pots. Needles, wire, a dozen tin cups, 2 ladles, a kettle with a dent that meant it had been useful. Elias rolled the big ledger blank for new pages and slipped 3 field books in his coat, as he did now when leaving felt like a thing that might need paper. Doc filled a case with gauze cut from flour sacks, boiled so hard the cloth forgot it used to be a sack. Iodine, aspirin, 2 glass thermometers wrapped in wool, a spool of twine, a stack of cloth masks, a little sign that said Sparrow, not fear, in letters even tired men read. They rode under a north wind like a hand on their backs. Pete put them mid-consist and taught a dozen strangers, in 2 stops, how to rope harness without elaborate knots and how to count rails the way a blind man counts steps in his own house. At crew changes, the wire had beat them by hours. Safe kitchen signs chalked on depot fences, boil icons along creek crossings, a pot stamp from a church lady's, league in a town that didn't like hobos and liked hungry veterans. Les Dot, at Butte, a man with a ribbon from a war, put up his hand. "We don't beg," he said, voice frayed. "We just want the government to keep its paper honest." Kit's face softened exactly 1 degree. "We don't beg either," she said. "We build. You build with us and eat. Then you teach the next town and eat again." The man looked at his hands like he'd forgotten what they were for and then put them out for a coil of rope. Washington wasn't a city so much as it was a question. The marchers' camp sprawled on the flats beyond the river's proper neighborhoods like a map that had learned to hurry. Tents, lean-tos, tarps slung on rope, barrels, babies, the enormous whisper of need. Some men wore their old coats with medals like punctuation. Some wore hunger with the same stubbornness. Kit took 3 breaths and turned the question into jobs. "Water first," she said. "Then latrines, then fire discipline. Then we can talk about stew." She didn't ask permission from men who liked permission to be asked. She found a circle of women who'd been boiling water with grief and handed them a pot and a plan. "We need barrels upwind. We need drain that won't make the river cough. We need gravel if we can bully a pile out of the city. We need a man with a shovel and not an opinion." The first hour was argument. Authority likes to arrive in a hat. The marchers had 3 hats already: sergeant, chairman, pastor, and the new crew wore none. Birdie chopped onions under a canvas fly and didn't wait for the argument to bless her. "Soup doesn't vote," she said, as the smell started to demonstrate that power is sometimes an aroma. Elias found chaos where a ledger belonged. Handouts piled under tents without sequence. A list of wants scribbled on a crate. A stack of letters from back-home wives with edges softened by being read too many times. He lifted the crate to a plank and called for pencils. A boy handed him one like hope. He wrote work hours at the top of a sheet and stew under it with a line. 1 bowl over 2 hours for those who needed the math spelled out. "You don't buy food," he said to the crowd more than to anyone. "You buy membership. You put your hours where a man can read them. You eat. If the only hours you have are breathing because you're sick, we'll count those too." A veteran with a bent nose said, "What if a man lies?" Elias smiled without warmth. "Then the soup tastes like his conscience, and he eats alone tomorrow." Doc May staked the Sparrow tent downwind and staffed it with 2 marchers, wives whose hands moved like rain. "Masks," she said, putting one on her own face so no one would be tempted to pretend. "Boil this, wash this way." She showed them the cough sigh that meant lungs were losing patience and the color blue no one wanted to see. A child came with a fever you could feel from a foot away. Doc cooled her with cloths and hollered for lemons. Up past a Rand or Ida walked the rows of heat. She pointed at an open flame under a Hebale lean-to and put the fire out with sand and a sermon without words. She moved stoves farther apart than comfort liked. She chalked vent on canvas and used her own knife to cut holes where rope didn't want them. "You want to breathe in July?" she asked a pair of boys affronted by the modification. "You'll thank me when your hair doesn't burn and your mother's lungs don't turn to paper." Ellis found a knot of men wrestling a pump and showed them how to brace it so the handle didn't knock teeth out when a fool pulled wrong. He scavenged plank, barrel hoop, wire, and made a watergate that turned a ditch into a controlled argument with gravity. Tin Cup took a squad of idlers and made them rattle signal pots tied to rope around the camp's edges. "2 shakes," he said, "visitors with manners. 3, men with hats and a legal appetite. 4, run the children to Doc." He taught the song verse that would sound like nonsense to police and like Evacuate West to anyone with ears tuned by nights under bridges. Pete walked the rails like a priest walks pews, learning the patterns of trains and of bulls in a town where politics made men either more careful or more foolish, depending on the hour. He mapped approaches and escapes. He found a yardman with a face like a good pocket knife and handed him a field book. "This page," he said, tapping hiding spots that aren't coffins. "You keep this when we leave. You make it yours." Birdie's kitchen became gravity. She hung a board with rules no one fought because obedience looked like seconds. Nitrogen monoxide sick, here Doc's tent got them first. Bowls return, or you eat with your hands, no bowls trickling away to make someone feel like a king. Shop here if you like to stand, which meant go work, and the line moves. She taxed jokes with ladles and took volunteers like a river takes rain. A woman named Pearl reorganized spices such as they were, and knives which were dull and got less so under Ellis's whetstone. A boy named Angelo became breadrunner and learned the geography of 1,000 small hungers in a morning. The parley ring started as a circle scratched in dust and became, by dusk, a place men stood between shouting and sense. Mother did what she did, named keepers who spoke 4 corners of the camp, reminded them for hours of work was not punishment but currency, and posted punishments like fence, signs, sage, duty, eat alone, visit Doc for a lesson in contagion, leave for a day to cool. She put a woman on the council and didn't debate it. The hat men frowned and then stopped because the stew tasted better when they were done. The first night felt like order wearing a borrowed coat. The second afternoon, power arrived. It did not announce itself with a drum. It arrived in boots and batons and a voice amplified by rank. The city had decided the tents had overstayed courtesy. Men in uniforms who'd never tried to sleep with a baby on river mud had been told to make the river visible again. Tin Cup's rattle clattered the way sparrows do when a stray cat forgets its manners. For shakes, move the children, move the sick. Kid's voice cut the air like rope snapped tight. Suitcases. Everyone new looked blank for a shaky half-second until they saw everyone old lift the bundle by the door food. Rope, cup, field book, blanket. The lesson you teach in spring when you hope you never need it in summer. Tear gas sings like a lie. It doesn't warn with heat or sound. The first canister arced and hissed near the sparrow ward. Ida kicked it into a bucket with a shovel and dumped wet rags on it like a woman dousing words. Doc tied cloths over faces with fingers that didn't forget the 1918 winter and shouted "breathe slow, blink," over a choir of coughs. Birdie swore an old country oath that made a bishop's ears ring and dragged 2 men who'd frozen into usefulness by the collar into the line for carrying pan after pan of water and sand. Kit didn't run. She walked fast enough that men had to choose between keeping up or being left out of dignity. West. Rope line. She shouted, and a line appeared because they had strung it while the stew boiled hours ago. Children went. First, women with infants next. Then the sparrow cases, frog marched without hurry because hurry drops people. Keeper. Counted heads in groups of 5-5s are easier for tired brains than 10s and chalked tallies on his own arm where sweat wouldn't run them off. Elias took the ledger and did not try to save paper. He saved names, calling, marking, present, drawing a line through a circle when a face reappeared from smoke. Tin Cup's song turned nonsense into directions. Men who thought they were braver than the world got to the edge of that belief and learned to carry a barrel while singing. The parley ring emptied and then reappeared 50 yards west, as if you could pick up a system by the corners and carry it like a rug. Ida's vents, impossible to set in a storm. Did not matter in a storm, you set distance and kept stoves cold and lived. It was bad. Men went down who hadn't imagined they could. A canister set a tarp on fire and Ellis put it out with sand and authority. A uniform took a swing at Kit with a baton and found his wrist held in a grip that could have been violence and was denial instead. Not today, she told him like a short prayer. He looked into eyes that didn't need him to be a villain to do what needed doing. By dark, the river saw stars again where tents had been. The flats looked like a memory lost on purpose. But the west edge where the rope had led looked like a town that had rehearsed for ugly. The sparrow tent smoked but stood. The stew went thin but went round. The ledger had smears that told a story in fingerprints and ash. Eddie Hatch's cousin had been missing and then not, because the rattle had sent him to the mail pocket where messages and children gather by instinct. The next morning, people who had thought themselves alone found that a dozen names now knew them, that their tent might be ash, but their skills had survived. The parley ring became recruiting instead of triage. Mother looked at the circle and said, "We leave this place better than we found it, even if this place pretends we were never here." "Leave?" a hat asked, wary. "We marched here because paper lies. You can stay," Mother said, not unkind. "You can stay and shout and some good will come of it. Or you can carry this town to 5 cities that haven't yet learned to make soup without sermons. Both are work. Choose." They did both. Some stayed, stubborn as a fence post. The rest became carriers. Elias made kits out of nothing and everything, a length of rope, 3 sticks of chalk, a field book, a wire with the pot stamped in such fierce red it bled through, a spoon, 2 needles, a boiled bar of soap wrapped in paper printed with Sparrow protocol. Birdie wrote ratio cards in stub pencil, 1 onion, 2 carrots, a handful of cents. Ida drew vents on 3 sheets in pictures even men who hate paper loved. Ellis packed a file and a half-dozen bolts in tins labeled door, stove, anything. Tin Cup drilled the countersigns one more time on men who told jokes to hide tears. Kit put her hand on 8 shoulders and said, "You can do this, and you'll want to quit at the first town. Don't." The crew headed west again, in pieces by design. A town doesn't travel well as a blob. It travels as recipes. Pete rode a day with 1 crew, then doubled back and intercepted the next at a siding where a yardman hid cigarettes in a brick. Doc left 2 Sparrow apprentices with a pastor's. Wife who'd learned to heat bricks and speak calmly over men's fear. Birdie taught a church kitchen their boil washrins and wrote a list on the wall. Salt late, don't feed bullies first. If the pastor complains, tell him Birdie will argue the verse. Back in Spokane, Mary printed the wire, East No. 2 on grain sacks, because newsprint was for men who had enough to keep up with death and baseball. She set a new icon, a rope lined to parallel marks with little knots meaning evac path. She wrote a paragraph under it that could have been a sermon and wasn't. Practice when the sky is friendly. Panic is a poor teacher. Humboldt set type until his fingers cramped and smiled the way men do when machines remember how to matter. The Spokane jungle didn't go still because part of it traveled. It filled hours the way a competent town does. Seeds went into soil Ruth had coaxed into believing again. Hires went out under Kit's crew, not hero rule. The school ran on schedule. The Sparrow tent had 3 quiet days, and then 1 busy one, and everybody did what they'd practiced. The tool library lost a hammer and gained a letter from Wenatchee that said, "Your man taught us to wedge a door." The wind says thank you, which is the kind of payment libraries accept. When Elias's crew rolled back into Spokane, they carried less than they'd taken and more than they'd owned. The rope looked shorter because so much of it had been left tied to other towns. The chalk had worn down to nubs. The field books were thicker from smudges and new little maps. The ledger had a new section. Cities, we taught. Flats, Renton. Tacoma, Ellensburg, Curlew again, because they wanted seconds, and we like grateful towns. There were also names in a pocket, at the back men and women who had met rope for the first time and now kept rope near their doors. What did we change? Keeper asked, because 19 is old enough to know better and young enough to ask anyway. Less than we wanted, Kit said honestly, staring across the river at a line of cottonwoods that had memorized wind. More than we feared. Enough that when ugly comes again, it'll find more rope and less surprise. Mother added a narrow, stripped to the bottom of the parley board with words small as the margin of a Bible. We don't win. We withstand. We don't persuade. We prepare. We don't save the world. We seed it. She underlined seed because spring had turned the nettle patch into something you could make soup of if you knew how not to be foolish. Doc May slept 12 hours straight and scolded anyone who tried to praise her. Ellis oiled the file that had kissed 100 stubborn edges. Ida walked, the heat rose, out of habit, and fixed a pipe collar that had thought about slipping. Tin Cup wrote a new verse that made the children clap and the men look at their boots and smile anyway. Birdie put her feet on a chair under the kitchen table and let the wood take her weight and whispered a thank you she would not admit to later. Elias sat with his field book and wrote the least pretty, most useful page he'd written since winter. When you go to a crowd, go to work. Hats will argue. Stew will keep people in the conversation. Build water and waste first, then fire rules, then soup. Never the reverse. Post punishments like you post hours. Hidden rules are for men with clubs. Practice the rope line when the children are laughing. They'll remember it when they're crying. Teach in twos. If one gets pulled, one keeps the line. Leave a map, a recipe, a ledger. Paper outlives memory. He added one last line because the flats had taught it with smoke. We are not our tents. We are our habits. Our ropes and holes in canvas and ledger lines and pot stamps and songs that carry left, not right when the air goes mean. We are the city we can carry in our packs and set down in an afternoon. We are not even our names. We are the things we teach. That evening, the jungle ate and told stories and didn't say the word hero out loud because it choked in Birdie's kitchen. The wire on the fence added a new icon, drawn small, a little house with 4 dots at its corners, the one Kit had named home. The caption under it this time read, "Anywhere we do what we practiced." They were tired, they were not done. East of them, men were still on the grass of a city that misremembered how gratitude works. West of them, cherries would ripen and foremen would try old tricks with new scales and get their hands gently slapped. South, dust had started as rumor and would soon be fact. But Spokane had rope and chalk and stew and vents and a ledger, and a school and a wire and a sparrow and a pot stamp and a habit. Systems first, courage second, panic never in the dark. Kit walked the fence and refreshed the boil mark where the river ran a little green with spring apology. She added the tiniest dot under home and grinned at herself for the indulgence. Then she put the chalk away like a prayer and went to sleep in a shelter that breathed correctly, under a roof that shed what it should, next to a ledger that didn't. Forget who she was when she didn't have strength to remember it for herself. Summer arrived not like a party but like a promise. Cherries tight as knuckles in Wenatchee, wheat practicing its gold, the river losing its spring sulk and remembering how to shine. The jungle breathed in longer lines. Ida's vents took their vacation checked anyway, because competence doesn't clock out. Gonst corn from soil that had learned to stop being offended. The wire pulsed steady, flour sack sheets drying on the fence with the pot stamp bright as a cardinal. The school rang its bell at 8 and turned out crews at 5 with bread in their pockets and chalk behind their ears. News came, the way news always does when you've made a habit of listening. A church in Ellensburg had built its own tool library. A yardman in Butte had added 3 hiding spots to the field book that even Pete admired. A cannery foreman painted tier weights on the wall without anyone threatening to walk. And then, like a letter you expect and dread at the same time, word that men with clipboards and government seals were hiring for work camps somewhere south and east. Roads to lay, forests to comb, parks to stitch from dust. Real pay, maybe. Irregular, but cash with faces on it that could stare back at you in a store. The parley ring filled with a different weight, the weight of options. Poverty is a tight chore. Choice is a looser one that makes hands shake. Mother drew 2 new columns on the board. Outside work and keeping home, she didn't sell either like a sermon. A job is food, she said. A habit is winter. We'll do both. Kit sat on the rail and flipped her lighter open and closed like a metronome for thinking. Crews, not men, she said finally. If you go to a government camp, you go as a Spokane crew with our rules pinned to your chest. For hours to the camp, half home to us, wire open to tell us if the soup stinks and the cot slats lie. If it's a cheat, you leave on the second train and we'll have stew waiting. If it's honest, you learn and you teach and you send rope back. Birdie didn't look up from onions. If they're feeding boys who never peeled a potato, she said, they're gonna need a kitchen that doesn't die of its own sink. Show them boil washrins before they discover what a week of bad water smells like. Doc May tapped the sparrow sign with one finger. Camp or not, lungs still catch dust and men still forget soap when they feel proud. Send a quetiadine masks, the card with sparrow protocol. Pride doesn't boil water. Elias wrote a crew charter on a flour sack pagework hours, half home, weekly wire reports, ability to walk without arguing. He added a paragraph that had no legal teeth and all the moral ones. We don't leave our own to the mercy of lists. Men signed their names or made marks they'd agreed counted as such, and the board gained a tally under outside work that wasn't small. They trained for jobs they didn't control. Ellis ran a week of tools by V government. How to respect a new axe. How to use a shovel without making your back your enemy. How to share a saw with a man you don't like yet. Ida taught bunkhouse. Vince and stove spacing and the art of making a room breathe when the man in charge doesn't understand the difference between warm and deadly. Mary added a lesson in letters how to write the camp address. How to put Spokane Jungle, CO the wire in a corner so news could find the right hands. How to fold paper so it didn't fall out of a pocket at the worst possible bend in the road. The first crew left on a Tuesday with rolled blankets and a crew ledger that had been oiled and wrapped like a saint. Kit walked them to the rail and touched each shoulder once, which meant you know and do it anyway. Tin Cup wrote a verse that made work camps sound like barns instead of prisons. And as the train pulled out, he sang it low, because men like to leave holding quiet songs. Spokane kept busy like a town that understood the word interim. Harvest called, and they answered. The orchard in Wenatchee had learned to write its own notice on the wire pot stamped. Tear painted, and the crew that went wore gloves. They'd stitched themselves from denim and a plan for shade that involved canvas stretched like mercy. They picked and didn't steal and taught the foreman how to count crates without counting on meanness. He wrote Spokane Crews. Send again on the back of an envelope, and Mary made it a headline because praise is a resource you harvest, too. The government camps wrote back slower than the train, but faster than rumor. Tents up, soup thin. Foreman new to kindness. Tools decent. Wages in cash. Late, but real. Kit stood at the fence and read each letter like a parent reads a doctor's. Note, flinching when a corner smelled like cheap coffee and relief at the same time. She replied with lists. Send recipe cards. Teach sink discipline. Draw the wire on their fence. Stamp the pot and don't let a captain steal it as a mascot. The crews obeyed, because obedience to truth had gotten them through worse than a man with a clipboard. Then like snow in a sentence about July-dust, it came as a paragraph on the wire from far south first. Fields move past the fence. Men cough at breakfast and are tired by noon. Windows don't keep the world out. Doc read it and closed her eyes. Mask day, she said, and Kit nodded like a boxer who recognizes a stance. The school added a week of dust practice. Ida's hour, cloth at fascia, and wet rugs and door discipline for days when the air wants to live in your bed. Ruth's. Garden shelter covers like tents. Water under mulch like secrets. Doc's cough triage, and knowing when a throat is sorry versus when a lung is crying. Elias wrote breath math on the board, shorter tasks, shorter lines, soup that doesn't ask lungs to work too hard to swallow. Birdie posted no sweeping DRY in letters like a fence. Mop, don't argue. They didn't fix the planes. They made 5 families' weeks possible. The wire carried a diagram of a dust-safe room back south, canvas tight. Wet sheet over a rope inside. Masks without shame, and the reply came north in handwriting like grit. Child slept 1 hour without coughing. Bless you. They pinned that to the school window at eye height for men who still thought masks were an insult. Tin Cup sang the verse about pride, changed brave to sensible, and let the rhyme forgive him. Letters that weren't. Requests began to bloom like the morning glories Ruth had trained up the south wall of the school. One from the Butte yardman with a diagram that would save the hip of a boy who didn't know he'd almost broken it. One from the Ellensburg church, We made your stew, and nobody lied for seconds. That's a miracle we can serve. One from a foreman at a camp near a forest you could smell in the ink. Your Spokane crew taught my boys to keep the latrine downwind. I didn't know I'd be grateful for that. And then the letter that Elias had written 100 times and never sent. Dear Ma and Pa. He wrote it in pencil because ink felt like he was trying to make promises that paper didn't ask for. He told them he was alive and not ashamed. He told them his hands were calloused and his lungs were less afraid of mornings than they used to be. He told them he had a room with a vent that would pass Ida's test, and a neighbor who rapped twice at dusk, and a ledger that remembered his name even when he was tired. He told them Mother was a woman who made rules like a carpenter makes a table, level, useful, not ornate. He told them he could teach hard things without making a man feel small, and that he'd learned that from Mary. He told them about Kit, but not everything, because some admire you carry like a pocket worm you don't want to show off. He folded the letter around a field book, page he'd copied by hand. The legend, the countersign, the diagram of a stove collar done right. He mailed it care of a cousin who might be speaking to him again. Then he went and split wood until his arms didn't feel like a kite string. Summer thickened into harvest proper. The Wenatchee crew came back with pay and respect they didn't have to cash. Birdie made stone fruit jam in a batch so big she had to borrow kettles from 2 churches and the school's washroom. She lined jars on the shelf and wrote for February on the end of the board as if writing the word could pull a calendar closer. Mary ran a canning class and taught men to hold jars with patience and not grab at boiling water like it owed them anything. Tin Cup burned his tongue exactly once and then taught the song verse about steam is mean to the children until they scowled at the kettle the way Birdie did the first pay packet from a government. Camp arrived on a Friday like a cloud of butterflies. Thin envelopes, honest paper. The crew lined up at the tool library table because Ellis had insisted we pay forward where we borrowed. They put half into the community fund without argument, because half home had been inked into their days long. Before the government thought of CCC, the other half went to shoes and letters and a new pane of glass for the school window because the last wind had tried to borrow it without asking. Money changed the jungle less than men expected and more than they would tell a stranger. It bought nails when magnets grew tired and lemons when Doc said please once and then didn't repeat herself. It bought time for men to learn things they had once paid other men to do. Shaving without bleeding. Patching shirts so the patch lasted longer than the original cloth. Fixing a latch so it clicked and didn't whisper. It bought a bell Mary had wanted since the first day she'd taught a schedule to a town. It did not, by rules. The parley ring stayed open and loud. The punishment ladder stayed pinned at eye height where even proud men could see it. The wire charged no subscription. The tool library asked you to sign your name and return a hammer with a handle that wouldn't fly. The sparrow tent took a new lantern because Doc likes to see the color of a tongue and money can help with that. But it still ran on iodine and calm. The harvest crews taught the government camps something the camps didn't know they were hungry for. Continuity. When a foreman rotated out, the Spokane crew stayed together. When a rule shifted, like bad ground, they drew it in chalk and made the new boss chew it. When the camp cooked thin, Birdie wrote a ratio on a board and left it there like scripture and came back a week later to see if the pots had learned it. Usually they had. Sometimes she thumped the ladle and made them laugh, and then they learned it anyway. In September, a train brought back what none of them knew they were missing. children laughing on purpose. The school had added a reading hour for little ones who didn't have desks anywhere else. Kit found herself sitting in the back against a wall, arms crossed, pretending she wasn't listening to a 10-year-old boy read about a raft and a river. When he stumbled, the room didn't flinch. It waited. Mary let silence do its work, and then the syllables lined up obediently. Afterward, the boy touched the window and said, softly, glass, like a civilization. Mother put a check mark next to teach and didn't smile because she was saving it. That same week, the first graduate teachers returned from far towns to report in person. They came with maps, scribbled on paper bags, with recipes that took a stew farther than Birdie had believed, with wire marks that Kit adopted and added to the legend with the pride of someone who likes being wrong in the direction of better. They told of towns turning not wealthy, not safe, not saved, but organized on purpose. They told of pastors who had learned the smell of proper washing, of sheriffs who had learned that rope lines are not a threat but a courtesy, of foremen who had learned to like their job better when men are fed. Fall painted the cottonwoods and taught the river to carry leaves. The jungle read the air and winterized without being asked. Ida ran vent checks with children in tow. Every child who found a blocked hole got a pinch of cinnamon sugar, and the right to point at grown men's roofs with impunity. Ellis laid in wood by species and told anyone who'd listen why cedar is for smoke and story, not the night. Doc sharpened the sparrow sign and made mass kits in batches of 50. Ruth tucked roots into sand barrels. Birdie filled the shelf with jam and wrote February again because repetition is how you make a promise keep itself. The rope lines went up with less ceremony than last year. The buddy knock resumed with a softer wrist but the same urgency. Systems first. Courage second. Panic never. The words had become bone, Elias's parents wrote back. A kind letter stitched together out of pride and confusion and the kind of sorrow that isn't about death but about surprise. They said they were glad he was alive and that his mother would like to meet Mary and Birdie and that his father still didn't understand how a man could be rich in rope. Elias smiled at the paper until it creased and then wrote again, this time including 2 ratio cards and a wire with the pot stamp. Stick this to your fence, he wrote. If a man like me gets off a train looking lost, he'll know you aren't scared of what's true. Kit stood at the edge of the jungle on an evening that smelled like wood smoke and apples. She refreshed the boil mark even though the river looked clean, because a habit is a kind of prayer. She drew the home icon square with 4 dots and added a 5th dot in the center, small and almost rude. Elias drifted up beside her. What's that new dot? He asked us, she said. Not the fences. The practice? The part you can pack, he nodded. You leaving? Soon, she said, honest like weather. South. Dust wants a fight, and I like teaching a bully where the exits are. You'll be back, he said. Because it was not a question. Of course, Kit said, which in Kit's mouth meant maybe and count on me anyway. She flicked the lighter, didn't light anything with it, and tucked it into her pocket like a letter she'd answer later, that night. Mother pulled out the little ledger, the one for names and mercies and debts you can't collect in dollars, and wrote on a fresh page, Year 2. First frost. We have enough, not plenty. Enough rope. Enough stew. Enough rules that we recognize ourselves in the dark. Enough songs that children clap without being taught. Enough maps to find our people in other towns. Enough teachers to send where we are not. Enough work to keep us kind. If you want the list of techniques, The jungle can give it to you in a format any pantry would approve. Food without money, ask with dignity at closing time. Map dumpsters like archaeology. Boil when in doubt. Stretch with ratios. Salt late. Share in a pot where work buys a bowl. Preserve summer for February. Bread is cheering. Tax it with laughter. Shelter without lumber yards. Sight high, hide smart. Lay a scrap like a quilt. Vent low and high. Stove collars honest. Sand for heat that lingers. Rope lines for weather that lies. Buddy knock at dusk and dawn until it feels like gossip. Travel without tickets. Read the yard like a timetable. Ropes to rings. 10-minute rule for stunts. Choose the car that won't become your coffin. Hide without becoming lost to yourself. Count by fives. Teach the countersign where words aren't welcome. Health without clinics. Soap like religion. Boil like policy. Sparrow tent downwind. Masks without shame. Know a cough's map. Share iodine like inheritance. Warm bricks in flour sacks. Ventilate or bury. Order without badges. Parley in the open. For hours buys membership. Punishments posted at eye height. Counsel with a woman on it. No sermons in the stew line. Ladders for infractions. Rope for mercy. Both visible. Information without wires. Marks that behave. Paper that travels. Pot stamps that can't be faked cheap. Tenders who tell the truth. Songs that carry directions. Boards that reappear under boards. Economy without dollars. Credits in hours. Half home in cash. Tool libraries that breed competence. Letters that carry field books. Crew, not hero. Jobs that make sense because the men doing them do. But if you want the reason it worked, Birdie could tell you with a ladle. We did the boring thing on purpose, together. Long enough that panic forgot our address. Winter set its teeth on the mountain and grinned. The river skinned over in the shallows and pretended it was new. The rope lines hummed when the wind tugged. The sparrow tent rested with one eye open. The wire on the fence didn't shout because it didn't need to. Systems don't brag. The school bell rang, and boys who had been forced into men's weather got to be boys for an hour on purpose. On the first morning, the breath from your mouth made the air write poetry without your consent. Mary hung a new sign on the schoolhouse wall, printed with the press she'd bullied back to life and stamped with the pot. How hobos survived the Great Depression without a single dollar. We learned the price of things you can't buy. Rope that knows where to tie. Vents that don't lie. Soup that obeys a ratio. A ledger that remembers you fairly. A fence that speaks in chalk. And a town you can carry. Kit looked at it, made a face like affection, and adjusted the nail so it hung straight. Elias read it twice, folded it into his field book like a clumsy kiss, and went to check the woodpile by species, because that's how love behaves in January. The jungle was not immortal. No town is. Someday the river would cut a new mouth, or the city would cut a new road, and people would move in. Directions that make sense in that particular year. Children would grow and pretend stew was not sacred until February remembered them. Money would remember how to boss, and the world would ask to be organized by other kinds of paper. That was fine. Blueprints travel. Systems fold into pockets. A field book fits under a shirt. A song gets taught by accident. What they built would not vanish when the last canvas came down. It was already living in 12 towns and 36 kitchens and 100 men's hands. It had a ledger that could be copied, and a wire that could be redrawn, and a parley ring that any empty lot could agree to be. On a Thursday, so cold, the boards creaked like old men learning a bad joke. Kit shouldered a pack and hugged Tin Cup like, punching him lightly, which is his love language. Mother pressed a note into her palm. Rent in church. Pasco Barber. Butte Yardman. 3 dots under each address, meaning they keep their promises even when tired. Doc handed her a Sparrow kit. Birdie handed her a bag of jam, labeled for lying afternoons. Ida handed her a file, because nothing sharp stays that way in a world that insists on friction. Elias handed her a new lighter. Not because the old one had failed, but because sometimes a tool deserves a friend. Bring us back a better mark for dust, Kit said to nobody in particular. Which meant, bring us back something that makes our children cough less. She drew the home icon one more time, touched the center dot with her thumb, and walked to the yard like a woman who knows where the exits are. The train took her away. The rope lines sang once, because wind has a flair for drama. The stew stayed warm. The ledger balanced. The Sparrow tent waited like a saint who doesn't need statues. The school bell rang, and boys read about rivers, while the river under the school remembered to flow under its ice. The wire on the fence whispered an update from Ellensburg about a new pot stamp carved from linoleum and an old woman who'd learned to bless it. If you ever find yourself with nothing but your hands and a plan, remember the jungle's grammar. Ask with dignity. Build with scrap like it was always meant to be a wall. Travel with rope. Wash like your lungs are listening. Post your rules and your punishments where the sun can see them. Write the wire even if you think nobody is reading. Teach the boring part with a joke ready. Count by 5s. Salt late. Vent again half home. These are the currencies that never devalue. And if money comes back, as it often does in stories where people refuse to die in the middle, spend it on nails and lemons and glass for a window where children learn. Spend it on paper and ink so a town can remember itself. Spend it on a bell, but trust it less than you trust a rope that has already held you, because the rope will hold you again. The dollar might be tired under the frost. A seed packet waited, marbled in Ruth's careful hands. It said radish in someone's tidy print, and 21 days in a promise numbers can keep. That's enough for a dark month, a thing you can believe will happen if you do the small steps properly. The jungle had been made out of 21-day promises that turned into winters survived. The river made its slow winter. Smoke and the town tucked itself tighter into competence. Somebody added, quietly, a tiny icon to the legend after the home symbol. A book with a rope for a spine. Mary smiled when she noticed. She didn't ask who drew it. She just taught another class. Asterisk.